Hi everyone, my name's Natalie Frost from the Sunshine Coast Environment Council. Thank you for joining us for World Environment Day Festival 2020. Each year the Sunshine Coast Environment Council hosts this event. Normally we'd be in a beautiful outdoor space here on the coast, but we've had to mix things up a little bit this year. So we've got an exciting 3 days of digital online content for you to enjoy. I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands of the Kabi Kabi Gubbi Gubbi people and pay my respect to elders past, present and future. Now we're going to be joined by ABC Radio's Annie Gaffney for the exclusive global book launch of Saving Sun Bears. Hi, Annie.
Hi, everyone. It's so lovely to be here. I'm the mornings presenter for ABC Sunshine Coast and Queensland, Australia, and welcome to Sarah Pye's global book launch of Saving Sun Bears, her beautiful book, which has just arrived hot off the press this week in Australia. And I know you're going to learn a lot about it with me today. As we open the Sunshine Coast Environment Council's World Environment Day celebrations, they partner up with so many good partners to bring this event. It's been 40 years running, so it's a big year for the festival this year. It could be the longest running festival in the world, but certainly in Southeast Queensland. And we're here to make it bigger than Ben-Hur this year as we kick off with Sarah's book launch. Over the course of this next hour and a half, as we celebrate biodiversity in all its forms, that's the theme of World Environment Day this year. It's a perfect day for a book launch like this one, because Saving Sun Bears, the name of Sarah's book, is a story about one man's quest to acknowledge the biodiversity on Earth and in particular the plight of the world's smallest bear. So over the course of the next hour and a half, you're going to meet the author. I'm going to have a chat to Sarah Pye very soon. You'll also meet the hero of this story, Dr. Wong Siew Tee. We'll meet the publisher who's taken on the publication of this really interesting book, which is also steaming up the charts now in Amazon. Just the other day, it hadn't even arrived here in Australia and it was number 3 on the charts for bear biodiversity. So that's pretty cool. And we'll also have lots of giveaways too. So stay listening for those, because if you want to get your hands on a copy of this beautiful book, then you need to put your full name in the comments as you listen along on Facebook or YouTube this afternoon. And don't forget, you can ask some questions as well of our guests that I'll be interviewing today. So feel free to get those into us and we'll be drawing some winners along the way and tell you how you can get your hands on a copy of the book as well. So welcome to you all this afternoon as we kickstart the celebrations for the 40th year of World Environment Day on the Sunshine Coast and the global launch of Sarah Pye's beautiful book, Saving Sun Bears. Now, let's take a look at a video that will give you a bit of an insight into this story and how it developed.
Welcome to Borneo. This dense rainforest acts as the lungs of our planet. It is also home to the threatened Malayan sun bear. Adult sun bears are killed for their gallbladder and paws, ingredients in Chinese medicine. Traumatized orphaned cubs are abandoned or sold into the illegal pet trade. Dr. Wong, the Malaysian founder of the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center, is on a quest to save the world's smallest bear from extinction and release rescued bears back into the wild. Join Australian author Sarah Pye on a heartwarming journey through his extraordinary life and meet sun bear characters who owe him their freedom. This is his story and theirs.
A little sneak peek into the incredible journey of Dr. Wong Siew Tee, and Sarah Pye from University of the Sunshine Coast is the author of Saving Sun Bears, which chronicles Wong's incredible journey. Sarah, congratulations, and great to have you to chat to for the next 10 minutes or so. What a beautiful looking book, and I'm halfway through it already.
Thank you so much, Annie. This is a big milestone for me and for Wong and the Sun Bears.
Indeed. Now, I've been chatting to you and Wong probably since 2012 when this journey all started. We've been catching up over the years to find out a little bit more about the various milestones in Wong's journey and your interaction with him, because there's quite a big backstory here. So let's go back in time to 2012. How did you meet Wong?
I first went to Borneo because I wanted to see orangutans in the wild, and I had a wonderful experience with orangutans, but I was privileged to be able to meet Dr. Wong on that first visit. And the moment I saw sun bears hanging in the trees and playing in the rain, I think I lost my heart to sun bears. I also was just amazed by Wong's commitment to this species, and I felt like I wanted to do what I could to help. I asked what I could do, and he said to me, "Do what you do best." So that sort of led me on a 7-year journey to this place, including a lot of other connections with the university and leading a PR team in 2014, which also created an adoption program for the sun bears. All those things of which you've been part of, Annie. So it's lovely to have you here today.
What was it about the world's smallest bear, the sun bear, that really connected with you, Sarah?
I was amazed with the bear. I think bears have a sort of a narrative connection to people because we've all had teddy bears and things like that in our youth. But sun bears are different because they're so arboreal, and they climb 40 meters in the air, and they swing from the vines, and they play, and they've all got individual personalities. So they're absolutely a heart stopper, really, when you see them actually in the wild or in the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Centre, where they're as close to the wild as they can be. It's just amazing to watch.
Now, you've been back several times since, in part to research this story, but as you said, to take your students back there. So tell us how you found that connection between the University of the Sunshine Coast and the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Centre.
I first introduced Wong to the University of the Sunshine Coast after that trip in 2012. That's led to the university creating all the interpretive signage at the centre. It led to that adoption program, other research projects, and Wong was named an honorary doctorate at USC 2017. So that was a really nice sort of icing on the cake. And then it led to me asking him in 2016, can I please tell your story? And I've actually done that as part of a Doctor of Creative Arts. So it's been a 4-year journey. And I got to say, Anne, it's probably the most exciting doctorate that I think I've heard anyone has had.
You've, through that time and going back to Malaysia, where Wong is from, and back to his home country, his province of Penang, you've got to know so much more about this remarkable hero who is known as Papa Bear. What did you find out about him as a young boy that might give us all a sneak peek into the man who has evolved today to be so caring and so concerned about the plight of the sun bear?
I learned that Wong has always been connected to the environment through pets, through fish, through all sorts of things. From a very, very early age, he was rescuing small birds from the gutters and raising them and releasing them. So I think it's something a bit innate in Wong's personality to be connected. I've learned so much about the environment through Wong, and not just about sun bears. I've learned about the whole biodiversity of the Bornean rainforest and how important it is. So it's been an incredible journey, which ended for me in actually helping release 2 rescued bears back into the wild.
What was that experience like?
It was rather like being Jane Goodall for a few minutes, I must admit. It was probably way up on the top of my bucket list of things I thought I would never do but would have loved to do. So we actually took two rescued bears who had been selected for release because they were of a stage where they knew enough about being a wild bear to live back in the wild. We drove them through the night to a helicopter pad. Then, as you saw in the footage just now, we flew them to the middle of the Tarbin National Park, put them down on a mud volcano with elephant footprints all over the place, and released them. So it was absolutely an incredible moment that I certainly will never forget.
You're hoping through your book to connect other people to that same kind of feeling that you had yourself by that hands-on involvement with the bears sanctuary. You spent time cutting up their food and learning just what it takes to look after these animals in a sanctuary setting. But then I guess the goal is always to release them into the wild if possible. How will people be able to get that feeling from your book, do you think?
I'm hoping with the book, it connects people with that idea of the importance of wildlife and the importance of our environment. But I also hope it connects them with the idea that one person can make a difference when it comes to the environment. I think we've come to a place where we're quite apathetic in how we react to our environment. And not everyone can go to Borneo. Not everyone can interact with sun bears directly. But we have issues on the Sunshine Coast that need addressing. We have issues that everywhere, wherever people are tuning in from. We've got people, I think, tuning in from the US, from the UK, from Malaysia. Anything that people can do is worthwhile. So those powerful words that Wong started me with of do what you do best, I'd like to throw those out to everyone. And I hope that this narrative sort of connects people with that idea and gives them a little bit of an impetus to make their own change.
As you were writing this book, how often did you, or perhaps you didn't, but tell me about the style that you've used in this book, because it does flip back in time towards Wong's upbringing and some fantastic stories which really do take us right into the bosom of his family and learn about his mother and the work ethics that he grew up with, etc. So tell us how you ended up deciding on the narrative structure of this book.
Well, I've started the book with a connection with sun bears, and then gone back into time to Wong's childhood. So it starts with the man that we know, and then work back to how he actually got to that stage. But in that process, I learned so much about various cultures, about Malayan culture, about Malaysian culture, and about Taoist culture, about Chinese Malay culture, all sorts of different things. And I've tried to integrate those through the story and take people on a bit of a cultural journey as well as an environmental one. I think I found along the way that so many of the narratives that we read about environmentalists are about white Western people who go into another culture and save the wildlife. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's some, those people provide a lot of inspiration for us. But Wong's story is unique because he is a Malaysian Chinese man working in his own culture, in his own rainforest to save a species that is called the Malayan sun bear. So I think that story is unique.
It certainly is. At what point did you think that's going to be my thesis? That's going to be a book, this story of Wong's?
I went back to front, I must admit, because I asked Wong if he would allow me to tell his story, and then tried to figure out how I was going to do that. That led me to do it as a doctorate, because I could have the support of the university behind me. I could have a little bit of, I was actually honoured to have a scholarship from the federal government. So I started back to front. It's sort of the opposite of most doctoral students, but it worked for me.
It's a beautiful story, and I love the way that you have, as you said, incorporated all these different cultural elements in there. I'm learning so much about this little boy and what has shaped him into the kind, caring adult that he seems to be. I've met Wong in person. I've had the privilege of meeting him here in our studios at ABC Sunshine Coast. And it's not, it's very easy to be galvanized by his quest, because he's just so passionate and enthusiastic about it. And we're going to speak to Wong very soon and learn a little bit more about that. But if you could hope for one thing to come out of this book, Sarah, what are you hoping for?
I'm hoping for people to take that baton and run with it and help something in their local area in the environment. I'd like to see that when I've got children one day, grandchildren, one day, I'd like there still to be koalas on the Sunshine Coast. I'd like there still to be sun bears in Borneo, and I'd like there to be orangutans. So I hope that everybody who listens today or reads the book feels a little bit enabled to make their own change.
What about your students there at University of the Sunshine Coast? How has it changed their lives? Because many of them went to the sanctuary as well to visit it and see how their public relations campaign to help marketing with the not-for-profit sanctuary increase its raising and awareness. How did they respond to being there?
Yeah, absolutely. Many of them have actually kept in contact with the Sun Bear Centre and gone on to work in public relations in environmental areas. You'll hear in a minute from Sarah Manns, who worked at Australia Zoo for a while and then worked in other environmental areas. Chrissy Morris, who is part of that team in Borneo for the Sun Bear adoption program, is actually helping run this event today. So it all these little crumbs sort of lead in different places, don't they?
They sure do. Well, what a wonderful little trail that you've started with your book. I know it's been many years in the making, really, this Saving Sun Bears. So let people, get behind it and find out more about really an incredible man who is just working tirelessly to save the world's smallest bear. And we're going to learn a little more about his journey very soon, Sarah. Congratulations. And I'll be catching up and Wong together a little bit later in our book launch today. And don't forget, if you've got any questions that you'd like to put to Sarah, you're most welcome to ask them. Just post your comments on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're listening this afternoon and looking on. And we're very happy to put those to Sarah and Wong when we catch up with them a little bit later. Now, we are going to catch up with you, Sarah, and a reading from a book you kindly offered to give us a little taste of what we might experience when we read Saving Sun Bears.
I have. I'm actually going to read from the first page of Saving Sun Bears because I think it gives you a sort of an idea about where we're going with the book. So this is from chapter 1, and chapter 1 is titled Natalie. May 16th, 2015 was Wong's birthday, and his dreams were about to come true. Yet emotions seldom travel alone, so he also suppressed a sadness as he prepared to say farewell to a close friend. Wong hoped he would never see her again and took a few minutes to say his goodbyes before moving to a safe distance. The translocation cage had been tipped 90 degrees on its side, and he knew once he pulled the rope in his sweaty hand, there was no turning back. He glanced at his watch, 10:40 a.m., then tugged. The door slid open and 5-year-old Natalie dashed about 10 meters. She slowed as her brain unpicked the unfamiliar concoction of odors accosting her nostrils. The unnatural smell of sanitized human skin behind her mixed with the organic, almost pulsating essence of crunchy leaf litter. A strange underlying note tugged at something deep within her subconscious. The scent of mineral-rich mud transported her back to a time walking beside her mother, and she crinkled her nose as she sauntered deeper into the undergrowth, savouring the olfactory brew at the back of her throat. Deep green was the colour of belonging, and she climbed towards it. Within minutes, she was free.
That does really give you an incredible sense of the environment there in Borneo that these bears live in, because it really is, without that forest, they don't have a home, do they? It's so important for them to keep the environment intact.
Yes, the things that sun bears are suffering from is habitat loss. They're poached for illegal body parts, and they're also sold into the illegal pet trade. So those are things that we need to combat.
Sarah, we've been wondering if people wanted to get their hands on a copy of Saving Sun Bears, and we've asked them to post their full name on the comments section on Facebook or YouTube, wherever they're joining us this afternoon. So are you ready to give away a book yet?
I'm really excited to give away a book. Perhaps this one, hey? Emily is my intern who's working on this project with me, and to keep social distancing, she's going to hand me an envelope out of camera. So sorry you won't get to meet Emily, but here she is. Do you know what? I'm feeling really generous today. We're going to actually do 2. How's that? So our first winner today is Patrice Tulai from the United States. That's wonderful. We've got people from the United States here. So Patrice, if you're listening, congratulations. If you're not, then you probably have entered prior to this event. We had a Facebook, a way to actually enter on Facebook as well. So Patrice is our first winner, and we got another one to go. Second winner is from Malaysia. So it's Kong Hock Yun. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm going to spell it Jun. So there's our second winner of a book of Saving Sun Bears. Congratulations.
Congratulations to both of those winners, and there'll be more little giveaways throughout our program of events this afternoon as we celebrate World Environment Day with the book launch of Saving Sun Bears. And one of the ways that you can do that actually is sing along to a very special song, which we'll be hearing a little bit later, Sarah, called Calling on You. And at any stage over the next few days, if you just want to post a little video of yourself up on social media with the hashtag Calling on You, playing along to the chords and singing some of the chorus to that song, you could be in the running for a wonderful prize pack as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see how many people you get strumming along with Sarah over the next few days.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
To that.
Me too. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce you to the hero of Sarah's story. And this is Dr. Wong Siu Ti, who has been working tirelessly as an ecologist and wildlife biologist. So let's meet Dr. Wong now.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Annie. Great to
Hello,
see you.
So excited to be chatting to you this afternoon. How do you feel seeing your beautiful book that Sarah's created about your journey now in hardback? Here it is. How's that?
Yes, well, although I haven't have the hard copy yet, but I know I'm very emotional. I keep on, wiping my tears, coming up from here and there. Yeah, it's a very special moment for us. So thank you very much for hosting this wonderful event. And thank you, Sarah, for writing my journey in 50 years in one book. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be here for all of you today and help you launch this beautiful book. You're an ecologist and wildlife biologist. Did you ever think as a young boy, keeping fish and, fishing for guppies in the local stream and helping save little local birds and taking them home and nurturing them, that you would end up one day the subject of a book and I guess working with one of the threatened species of the world? Could you have imagined that for yourself, Wong?
Well, during that time, I do not never know that I will come this far. What I know at the time is I always want to work with animals. I want to be an animal expert since I was 7 or a veterinarian. At the time, I never know that, this whole journey can lead me to what I am today. But I think, my interest is always very strong and like to work with animals, like to care, like to help animals as much as I can. And I think, maybe the gods saw my inner hearts and paved the road to what I am today. So I'm very thankful for everybody who has helped me, help my journey to be what I am today. Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Wong, yes, sometimes your connection is lagging a little bit behind. So I'm just going to ask you questions and get you to answer.
Sure.
You've spoken passionately there about that inner knowing that your journey in some way was going to be connected with animals. At what point did you come in contact with sun bears for the first time?
Well, I think when I was a kid, my very first image of a sun bear is actually visiting this Penang Botanical Garden. And during my childhood, and at the time, there were 4 sun bears, being displayed in this botanical garden. Although it is a botanical garden, there are sun bears, and also there are a big cage of orangutans. And I think that is the very first contact of me with the sun bears. And at the times, I don't have any special feeling of a sun bear, although I feel like they are very cool animals. They are very, majestic. And then it is not until I was given the opportunity to study sun bear for a master project, then I spent a lot of time reading on them and try to know more about them. And that's how this whole journey started. That was back in 1994.
At a time when really there was very little information around about one of the iconic animals of your country. Why do you think that was, that there wasn't a lot of information and no one had ever studied them before?
Yeah, I think, given that they live in this tropical rainforest in Southeast Asia or tropical forest in Southeast Asia, the work to conduct a research in this kind of forest is extremely difficult. And then given that, in addition, given that they are also not a priority species for conservation compared to rhino, elephants, tiger, orangutans, so they has been ignored, or they have been forgotten for so long. And also, in this part of the world, most of the countries are developing country, and wildlife conservations, unless you pump in a lot of resources from overseas, then it is not a priority for the country, because there are more urgent needs to take care of people, because peoples are still poor, the countries is still developing, that sort of issue. So the combinations of difficulties to conduct study in this rainforest, the priority for the countries, and also this animal is extremely elusive. It's very difficult to see one, to observe one, to find one. But for the hunters, they manage to get them. So yeah, so all in all, makes this sun bears the least known bear in the world. And then until I started this research in 1998.
Sun bears, when they're babies, the cubs look so cute, and for that reason, they're often poached and sold on as pets, but they quickly grow. Tell us about, they've got a set of pretty lethal claws, don't they? I mean, they're a dangerous animal.
Yes, they are. They are wildlife. They are not only wildlife, they are carnivores, and they can grow big as myself, 80 kilograms and so on. And then, so they are not good pets. I mean, this is a wildlife, and their whole body is equipped with weapon. Their canine can be very strong, very sharp, very big, and their claws is, very, very destructive. All of these makes them, it doesn't make sense to want to keep a sun bear as pet, but yet in this part of the world, there are people want to keep sun bears as pet, although their babies are extremely cute, but the cuteness just lasts a short period of time. And this kind of thing, and on top of that, it is against the law. So all of this information the public needs to know. So we need to tell the story. We need to educate the general public not to keep sun bear. Yes, they are cute when they are little, but you cannot keep a sun bear, period.
And very sadly, when people buy a baby cub, there's often a sad story behind that, isn't there? That the mum has been taken by poachers. What happens to those mums?
Yeah, so just like any other mammals, all infant mammal have to have mom, yeah, to nurse them. To nurse them, to take care of them, and so on. Same with the sun bear. So for sun bear, in order for poachers to get a baby cub, the mom has to kill, because the mom would die protecting the cubs. So every time you see a sun bear is being kept as pets, or in the market, or being sold on the internet, behind this cub, what you don't see is a mom being brutally killed and being butchered and being consumed, gallbladder used as traditional medicines, canine claws used as souvenirs, and meat to be eaten, or the poor considered as delicacy, and so on. So it's a very, very sad thing that you see every time there's a bear's cub showed up. Yeah.
What was your first experience of seeing a sun bear in the wild like?
Oh, my very first sun bears in the wild was the one that I trapped back in 1999, after spending months and months and trying to trap them. The purpose is to fit a radio collar on the bears so that I can follow the bears in the forest. So seeing a wild sun bears in a trap is like, of course, the adrenaline is have a high surge. My heart is like pounding, but I need to stay calm and then be calm and cool and know exactly what am I going to do next. Sedating the bears, handling the bear, fitted the collar, and then wait until the bears wake up, and then free, and then after that we follow their tail and then start to study them. So it was a very, very excited moment, and it takes years to train me to do what I wanted to do, which is study the sun bears. So that moment is very, very special. I still remember the date. Is 22nd June 22nd, 1999.
There you go. You've got that date in your mind.
Yes.
How many bears have you now released into the wild, Wong?
Yeah, right now we have released 7 bears back into the wild. Yeah, and then our center still right now, the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center right now have 43 sun bears, and there are few bears on the pipeline that to be released pretty soon. Yeah.
Will all of those bears ultimately be returned to the forest?
No, unfortunately not. Actually, we have quite a few bears that are not release candidate. They have been kept as a pets for a long, long time. So they lost the instinct on foraging in the wild. They lost the they lost the skill, and then some of them, they have been kept in a small cage for many, many years. They can't even climb trees. And then some of them, they are habituated to people because of they have been captured since they were very little. And all in all, there are big numbers of bears at our center that is not suitable to be released back into the wild.
So you must have a big food bill feeding all of these bears.
Yes, I do have it. I do have a big food bill feeding and try to take care of these bears.
We're going to hear a little bit more perhaps about how you look after the bears and raise money for your sanctuary as well a little later in our program this afternoon when I catch up with you and Sarah Pye once again. Thank you so much for speaking with me, Wong. It was really interesting to learn a little bit living sun bears. I want to remind you of the idea of playing along to a beautiful music video that you're about to hear this afternoon. And this is your chance to win a really great prize pack today as part of the Saving Sun Bears book launch. So Amir Yusuf wrote this song called Calling on You, and it was about raising money for Wong's sanctuary in Borneo for the sun bears. And it's become an anthem for the planet. Now, I'd like to get Amir to introduce his song this afternoon, and very soon you'll hear from a ukulele teacher, Melinda Wells, who's going to sing it. And I'm challenging you to play along with this song. You can download the lyrics and the chords and post on social media over the course of the next few days with the hashtag Calling on You, and we'd love to send out a prize pack your way for the best performance. So I'll leave that one to the judges. You've got plenty of time to get your entry in. And the chorus is available at wed.org.au, that's World Environment Day, or savingsunbears.com. So get your entries in, and the best rendition is going to win that lovely prize pack of a book and a T-shirt. Let's hear from Amir Yusuf now about his song.
Hi, Amir Yusuf here. I'd like to introduce Melinda and friends who are going to compose a song I wrote called Calling on You. They're going to do their own version. I'm looking forward to hearing it one day. And it's a song I wrote to help raise funds for the Malayan sun bear at the launch of the the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center in Sandakan in Sabah. It was years ago, and I've released a song. It's called Calling on You. We've tweaked it a bit, and it's now a song about the whole planet and how maybe we can listen to her a bit more. I hope you enjoy listening to this rendition, and you guys have a great event. Take care. Bye.
We're not so different, you and I. Blood in our veins and fear in our eyes. And all we've been given is some time. And you make your decision about mine. Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right? around you. It's in your bones, and it's made of water and earth, sunshine and stone. It's not what it seems, and it's all around. And it lets you fly without leaving the ground. And it's right, this is right. Calling on you now. Calling on you, can you help me somehow? Look at the truth and look at the lies. Calling on you one more time. Calling on you now. Calling on you, will you help me somehow? Look at the truth and look at the lies. I'm calling on you, help me survive. Give me more time, give me what's mine.
A beautiful song there. Wasn't that gorgeous? By Amir, as performed by Melinda Wells, Calling on You. And don't forget to get your own version into us using the hashtag Calling on You on social media. Send us a little video, and over the next few days we'll compile all of those, and the judges will decide who gets that nice prize pack, the t-shirt and the book Saving Sun Bears. I'm Annie Gaffney. Great to be with you this afternoon for the book launch of Sarah Pye's Saving Sun Bears book, and we're getting lots of people listening from around the world this afternoon, so hello to all of you. And I will put your questions to Sarah and Wong in just a short time. But first of all, let's meet the man who decided to publish Sarah's book. Dr. Marshall Moore runs Signal 8 Press from Hong Kong, and it's my great pleasure to welcome Marshall this afternoon.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, Marshall. Great to catch up with you. You're an independent publisher, and up until a short time ago, you published books very much along the veins of East meets West. So tell us a little bit more about the reasons for forming Signal 8 Press.
Well, starting about maybe 11, 12 years ago, I had just been, because I'm an author myself, I was a writer first, and so I've had different experiences with publishers along the way. And when I moved to Hong Kong 12 years ago, I began to think there was an opportunity here because there weren't very many presses publishing in English. Digital technology, ebooks were taking off, and it seemed like a confluence of things that were kind of pushing me in the direction of starting a press. And I also felt that as the world has kind of shifted more and more attention toward the Asia Pacific region, there needed to be more publishers out there trying to bridge the gap between all the really interesting stuff happening here in Asia and then readers in other parts of the world who might want to know about it. And it just kind of all came together.
You met Sarah, I understand, in London. Tell us about that connection, how you met and why your interest was piqued in her book, Saving Sun Bears.
The conference itself, it's called Great Writing Conference. I'm actually a lecturer at a university here as well, and I teach creative writing. And so the conference was creative writing focused. And Sarah was on, the way it was organized, there were like 3 presentations per panel, and I believe Sarah's panel was focused on creative nonfiction, which is an interest of mine. And then on top of that, Malaysia. I've been visiting Malaysia for 20 years, even before I moved to Asia. So I have kind of a long connection and affection for the place. And so I was really interested to see what this presentation would be about. And so while I was watching Sarah's presentation, about what became the book, I was thinking, oh my God, I have to publish this. I have to speak to this lady. So I kind of hung out after all the panelists were finished, and I went up and introduced myself. I was like, hi, I run a press. I want to publish your book.
The thing that I love about Saving Sun Bears is very much the human element that Sarah has injected into this. So we are not just getting a conservation message and learning about the highs and lows of trying to save a species, but we're actually learning a lot of detail about the man and how he was formed, his character, and what influences shaped him, and all of those lovely cultural influences of Penang where he grew up, which I'm so enjoying reading. I feel like I'm immersed in that environment every time Sarah takes us back in time. What was your advice about the manuscript as Sarah was writing it? Were you giving her any tips or anything that you wanted to see in this manuscript? As a fellow writer, did you feel like you had that ability to pass on advice in that sense?
To a very small extent, but not really, to be honest, because she wrote this as a part of her doctorate. And my own PhD is in creative writing as well. And so the way that works is that you do the creative work, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, and then you also accompany that with critical academic exegesis, like analyzing the book in its context and its genre, the research that you did, and so on. And so by the time Sarah was at this stage, the writing was pretty much done, which was, again, a real benefit for me because it made it a little bit less work. But yeah, the book was pretty much done. There wasn't that much that really significantly needed to be done with it, apart from some polishing. Basically, toward the end, she'd already done the research, she'd done the bulk of the writing, and if I remember correctly, it was pretty much ready to present it, to finish up the doctorate. It was mostly done. It was the work that we had to do was just sort of punctuation here and there, rearrange a few sentences. It's pretty light.
I note the book is already climbing up the charts on Amazon, and I think it was at number 3 the other day when we were chatting about it with Bear Biology. So what is it about this book that's got people excited, do you think?
Well, what appealed to me, and I think it's going to appeal to everybody, is just the human story in it. Because as much as we all love animals, well, I hope we do. I mean, I do. I have a cat who'll probably come in and want to see what's going on in a minute. But I think it's not just about the animals, but it is such a human story because it's something that we can really connect with. I mean, Wang has done such a wonderful thing, and there's such a commitment there and a real motivation and passion for what he's doing, which is something that we understand. And something else in it I don't think has really been picked up, but I think Sarah herself as a writer really makes herself vulnerable by doing this because, she's traveling to another country where she doesn't know a lot, and she's learning about it, and she's learning about sun bears. And so it's really almost 2 intertwined stories where it's not just Wang and his life story, but it's also this kind of discovery process for Sarah. And then from a technical standpoint, the way she's able to weave those stories together is just really fascinating. And it's well written. And I think it's just something people will connect with on a lot of levels.
Do you think also at a time when we seem to be at a tipping point, people are very concerned about climate change and the loss of biodiversity around the world, that there's a thirst for these kind of books that are I guess, highlighting that issue, but through a very personal lens?
I think so. And I think in a way that's probably the best weapon that we have as we're trying to combat that, because it's, we can read the news, we can read the articles about the big picture, but when we can really see it from such a personal standpoint of what people are doing and sacrificing and actually how they're affected by these things, I think that it'll really drive it home to people. And I hope, help encourage them to take some concrete steps.
Well, I know that people already are leaving comments saying, Sarah, what are you going to write next now? So have you got Sarah targeted for another book yet, Marshall?
Oh, I hope so. But no, I mean, just part of the way we work, where if she wants to submit her next book to us, she can do that. If she wants to send it to another publisher, she's free to do that as well. But I'm just like, hey, yeah, we're still here. We haven't forgotten about you.
Have you been able to go to Borneo and see the sanctuary yourself? I mean, how immersed have you got into this story on a personal level?
No, I haven't. I've been to Malaysia, but it's always been peninsular Malaysia. So I've been up and down. I've been to Penang. I love Penang too. But I've been, KL, Malacca, but just that side of Malaysia. I haven't made it to Borneo yet.
Well, it's such a beautifully produced book and a deeply personal story, both, as you said, for Wong and for Sarah as well, both of their journeys twinning up in this book. What would you say for would be, creative writers out there who would like to have a go at publishing? What kind of stories are you looking for at the moment, Marshall, beyond these kind of foundation stories?
Well, in general, what we focus on with Signal 8 Press, I like to jokingly call it West meets East, because I'm an American guy living in Hong Kong, and I was in Korea for several years before that. So I really do love this part of the world. And so if you're writing something kind of Asia focused, and you have a manuscript, yeah, we'd love to hear from you. One other project that we're starting is going to be called Gutter Stars Press, and it's just going to be LGBT focused, because there's a few presses out there doing that, but not as many of them as there used to be, and some of them are quite niche. And so we feel like there's some room there for LGBT interest work that's probably not finding a publisher. And so that's something else that we're actively on the lookout for at the moment. And other than that, just keep writing, keep editing, keep polishing.
Good advice to budding writers everywhere. Marshall, so lovely to meet you this afternoon, and you've played a great role in bringing Sarah and Wong's story to light this afternoon in saving sun bears. So thank you so much. I imagine that you're living in interesting times there in Hong Kong right now, given everything we're seeing unfold on our TV. So it must be interesting being a little niche publisher there.
I could do one of those Justin Trudeau pauses right now. Let's just pretend that I did. Yeah, it's been interesting, and I know what tear gas smells like now.
Marshall Moore, lovely to meet you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now let's hear from some people around the globe who've had a part to play in Sarah and Wong's story as we hear some of their words of encouragement and support.
Hi, I'm Tai Lim. I work at the Borneo Sun Bear Conservation Center with Wong. One of the things I do is help release bears like Natalie, Debbie, and Damai. You can read all about those released in Chapter 1 and 16. You can also read about my adventures trying to find Natalie's collar in the middle of rainforest in Chapter 1.
And I'm Ling Mei. I also work at BSPCC. I look after new arrival cubs like Noah and Nano and teach them the skill they need in the wild. You can read more in Chapter 7.
Hi guys, my name's Chris Morgan. I'm an ecologist and wildlife documentary filmmaker and podcaster with an organisation called Uproar. And I first met Wong well over a decade ago when we were filming a feature-length documentary called Bear Trek that Wong was in, and it featured conservation heroes working around the world on bears. And of course, Wong is one of those very special individuals, so we became firm friends. You can read all about our adventures making Bear Trek with Wong in Borneo in Chapter 10 of Sarah's book. Hope you enjoy it.
My name is Sarah Mans, and when I was a public relations student at USC, I was given the amazing opportunity to help design a sun bear adoption program for Wong. You can read all about how we launched the program across 2 continents in Chapter 12. Along the way, I fell in love with sun bears, and I'm so excited that the rest of the world now has the chance to do the same.
Hi everyone, I'm Wang's wife, Jia Qian.
And I'm his daughter, Winnie.
We are sorry we can't be there to celebrate the launch of Sun Bears today with you, but you can read all about us in the book.
I'm really proud of the work my dad does. I hope when you read the book, you are too. Without everything he does, perhaps there wouldn't even be sun bears. So go read the book and you won't regret it.
Oh, they are your greatest advocates, Dr. Wong. Thank you so much to everyone for passing on those congratulations. And we're getting some great comments and questions coming in, including news from one of our viewers who tells me that the book is now already #1 in their biology on Amazon. So going up the charts there, Sarah Pye. Let's welcome back the author, Sarah Pye, and the hero of her book, Dr. Wong, now, so that we can ask them some more of your questions this afternoon as we launch Saving Sun Bears. Welcome back to both of you.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you, Annie.
How do you feel about that, Sarah, that news, and Wong?
That's awesome news. Like that one.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful.
That's a really great development. I wanted to put some of the questions to you both that have been coming in this afternoon. And Chris has got a couple of questions for you, Wong. He says, what is the diet of the sun bear? What do they eat?
Well, in the wild, they eat, they are bears, they are omnivores. They eat everything that they can find in the forest. So when they can find fruits in the forest, they will eat all different kind of fruits, more than 100 species of fruits that we know of that the sun bear feed on. And then when fruits is not available, then they feed on a wide variety of invertebrates, from termites, ants, beetles, beetle larvae, earthworms, honey, and then you name it, anything that moves is sun bear's diet. They also eat meat, but they are not a good predators. So if they can come across a slow-moving meat like a small tortoises, or big tortoises in the forest, they will go and chew on it. They are not a good hunter. That's what I can say. So they are very, very diverse. And then lately we know that bears live close to the coastal or mangrove area. They feed on snail, possibly crab as well, and anything that they can find. So it's a very, very amazing animals that can have this kind of wide adaptation. So for any species that have this kind of dietary preference, they should be the one can make it to our world for a long, long time. But unfortunately, what have we done to our forests, and that all would reduce the numbers of the bears. Yeah.
Are there different species of sun bear? Chris wants to know.
Oh, sun bears is one genus, one species, but two subspecies. So the sun bear found in Asia mainland and Sumatra is called Hylarctos malayanus. So they are the Malayan sun bear, which is much bigger, which is double the size of what we have here in Borneo. The Bornean sun bear is Hylarctos malayanus eurispilus. So one species, but two subspecies.
Okay. Sarah, did you get to see, sun bears eating in the wild? Like, how far into the journey were you able to go into the forest to track some of the sun bears that you released? What's been your experience of the bears in the wild?
No, I haven't actually experienced bears in the wild, except for that one experience of actually releasing them in the wild. As Wong will attest to, they're very, very elusive creatures. So it actually took him in years and years of trying to trap bears. He was only able to trap 6 bears in the wild. So they're very, very hard to find in the wild. And that's what makes the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Centre such an amazing place. It includes an enclosure, which is part of the national park. So the bears that are saved from are in captivity, but they're not really in a captive situation. They're in a natural rainforest environment, and you can see them doing all the things that they normally would do in the wild, only in an area that humans can actually experience as well.
Dale's written an interesting question here. He says, Wong, was it scary entrusting your story to Sarah?
I won't listen, Wong.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah and I spend so much time Skyping every week. for years, for at least 2 years, I think.
It felt like
You know,
years, did it?
yeah, it has become my weekly routine. Okay, Wednesday at 3 o'clock, it's time to scare at Sarah, and
Yeah.
then I would ask me what's happening over the weeks, and sometimes she have a list of questions to ask me. It's from my childhood, from the years before. I have to memorize. I have to dig out some old pictures. And then I think Sarah did a great job on interviewing the people of my family and try to get the story out. You know, when I first read the manuscript or the story for the very first time, I was still like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, seems like Sarah was with me when I was little, and she was just like beside me and observing and take down all the notes of, you know, how can she did it. I think she did a great job on doing that. And I also told that story to my family as well. I said, you know, wow, you know, when Sarah described my dad during my childhood, it seems like she was there. So it's quite a spooky experience. So good job.
It took a lot of talking to many different people. So I actually interviewed about 50 people for this book.
Gosh.
Many of them Wong's colleagues, Wong's friends, Wong's family. I had an amazing experience in Penang, going to a dinner with all Wong's siblings, and he's got plenty of them. So it was quite an impressive experience, which actually makes it into the book. Me having dinner with the whole family was a cultural enigma, really, which I loved.
And apparently, Sarah, Wong's a very good cook. What can you tell us?
Oh, you know, I think we're lucky that Wong wasn't born in this era, because if he was, he wouldn't be into wildlife. He'd actually be the Gordon Ramsay or something of Asia. I think if there was such a thing as celebrity chefs, when Wong was a kid, he would have been a celebrity chef. So Wong, I'm going to embarrass you, Wong, because when I'm staying at Wong's house, he sets himself 1 hour to cook dinner. And what comes out of his kitchen in 1 hour is what would probably take me about a week to cook.
I've heard your dumplings are very good, Wong.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it was quite good. You can learn about how I make my dumpling for my YouTube channel. A little advertisement over here.
I want to know how you got the name Papa Bear. That's what people call you, Papa Bear. How did that come about?
Well, I think it was back to 2012 when I was working, or 2012, yeah, when I was working, when we have rescued Mary. And then Mary at the time was a tiny little small cubs, and then I worked in the forest. And then at the time, Jason Scott Lee, very well-known actor in Hollywood, and then he came to do a program for the National Geographic Travel. And then so that process of seeing me walking the bears and then take Mary back into the forest, just like a father. Well, obviously I'm a male, you know. And then so that process. Oh, Wong is just like a Papa Bear. And then later on, several reporters pick up the word using Papa Bear. And then last year, read the digest, you know, wrote articles on me, and then it says me as a Papa Bear. So that name's kind of become getting more and more famous, and right now many people refer me as Papa Bear.
That's lovely. Does that make your wife Mama Bear as well?
Yeah, in theory it should be.
Well, don't forget that you've Wong named his daughter Winnie after a bear as well. So yes, it does work.
I was wondering. Sarah, people online are already commenting about how beautifully poignant your book is, and wondering
thank you.
What's in the pipeline for you. They're keen to know what else you're going to write.
What am I going to do next? Well, this is a bit of an exclusive here, because on camera I'm going to ask Wong. I would very much like to take all the research that I conducted for this book, and this book is obviously focused towards adults, but I feel there's a real need to get children involved in some of these conservation messages. And Wong is also really aware of the entire ecology in Borneo, so I would very much like to take some of the stories about sun bears and other species in the rainforest and write a series of chapter books for children. together with Wong, if he's willing to do that with me.
Oh,
How do
yeah,
you feel about that?
absolutely. My honor is my great honor. Yes, yes. Actually, we have a lot of story to tell from this part of the world. And as you know, of the rainforest is so important to the entire planet's ecosystem, especially right now when we face with all this global climatic change, severe weather patterns, and right now we're dealing with a pandemic. We need to change our attitude and we need to respect nature more. And the first thing that we need to respect nature more is to know more about the nature, more about our wildlife, know about the rainforest. And Sarah, as a writer, this is what she did best. Write about it, let people read about it, and let people start to have that kind of cares and knowledge and get excited, and hopefully they can experience them for themselves by visiting a rainforest, by seeing this wildlife with their own eyes, and they will know how spectacular our world is, just like Sir David Attenborough has been advocating for his whole life. We have a wonderful planet, we have a wonderful nature, and we have to protect them. This is our last chance. We cannot afford to lose all of these species and so on and so forth. It will decimating our future as well, our futures generations futures as well. So yeah, so yes, please write about it.
Yay, that's great. Yeah, I bet
getting-
not many people know also that Wong has a stick insect named after him. So there's a story in its own right.
Really?
It's an honor.
That's great. Well, by how much is the habitat of sun bears reducing each year? And what are their numbers like in the wild? What have you seen in terms of the decline of their population?
Yeah, so in different countries across Southeast Asia, different countries have different deforestation rate. So for Borneo, where I'm in right now, about half of the forest has already been deforested, already gone. And these are the oldest rainforests in the world. And once it is gone, it is gone. And then all of these forests are habitat for the sun bear. So just by looking at deforestation itself, although we do not have the real numbers or estimate numbers of how many bears are there, just by looking at the habitat loss, we know that sun bears are not doing well. And then right now we know how is their density. We don't have a number, so we do not know how many bears are there in the world. But last year, the West Malaysian Authority, the Department of National Parks and Wildlife and National Parks, have put out a number saying that there's only 300 to 500 sun bear left in West Malaysia, and that numbers is very worrying. 3 to 500, and given that right now we know that they have a very slow reproduction rate. One female can only produce 3 or 4 cubs in her whole lifetime. So every time when there's a bears being poached or being kept in as pets, it means a loss of harm to the entire population, and that worries me. So by all this anecdotal information, we have to be very, very cautious, and we have to, be very cautious and have to stop all of this, human caused mortality, and have to reduce or minimize or eliminate it all at once, because they already being decimated by habitat loss and human expansion.
Sarah, when you visited Borneo all those years ago, and in the subsequent visits that you've had, what's your impression of what the government is doing to save the habitat, to save the forest? And also, how serious is the government over there about saving the sun bear and, putting its money where its mouth is, I suppose, to stop people from poaching and trading in wildlife?
I guess Wong I'd ask you to add to this answer, but what I've learned is that the government is doing what most governments are doing. It has been stumbling along in the process over the past few years, but is gradually learning better how to care for the environment and the wildlife as well. So the Sun Bear Centre that Wong created and runs is on government land, and it's supported by the Sabah Wildlife Department and the Forestry Department. So they're doing quite a lot of work there. They're also putting conferences together to ask for help on anti-poaching processes and things like that. So I think things are improving quite drastically along the way, but there's still a long way to go. there's still poachers plying their trades in the forests in Borneo, and those things need to be addressed very, very quickly, as Wong was saying. Wong, would you like to add to that answer?
Yeah, I think the governments right now, especially Malaysia, realize the importance of biodiversity of all this wildlife. So we are definitely heading to a right direction, but we have to move fast because, as we speak, there are still like poachers, from Indochina regions, set snares and try to capture or last tigers in West Malaysia or sun bears here, blah blah blah. So that is still ongoing. So we have to be brave. We have to be brave and confronting all this illegal activity. If we not brave enough to confront all this illegal activity, then they'll be gone. I think for me, for everybody as well, I think the next 10 years will be very, very crucial. If we success, then they will live for a long, long time. If we fail, then they will be just like our Sumatran rhinoceros, which officially gone country extinct last year. So it's a very sad thing that we experience. But all in all, there are more and more people, with more and more government program, government supported programs, cares about environment, which is good, this is something that we have to do it. Otherwise, we won't have a bright future.
And Sarah, there's a question from Jennifer for you. She's saying, how did Judi Dench get to support your book? How did that come about?
Oh, I feel so proud of that. It's amazing. In 2017, as I said, I helped Wong release 2 rescued bears back into the wild. The following year, Judi Dench had the same wonderful experience as I did, releasing rescued bears with Wong for the filming of a documentary series that she had called Judi Dench's Wild Borneo Adventures. I think it's still available online if you want to see her. Wong told me an interesting story about that, because Judi Dench didn't actually know she was going to release bears until it was being filmed on camera with him actually asking her, do you want to come and release some bears? So it's a real surprise on her face in the documentary. So once that happened and the book was coming along, Wong was kind enough to connect me with Judi Dench, who so kindly gave us the honor of endorsing the book. And I couldn't be prouder that she's been able to do that.
Well, that's a lovely connection. I reckon it's time to give away another book. What about you,
Sarah?
Let's
do that.
Let's do that. So if you've put your name in the comments this afternoon as you've been watching along, we're going to choose another winner now. And
here we go. Here comes the envelope. All right. So our winner of the last book that we're going to draw today is Rose Feely. I don't know if Rose, if you're actually listening, but if you are, put a comment of how you feel about that. That'd be awesome. And Emily's just given me some other details I want to just share with you too. She's just told me that at the moment on Amazon, we're at #1 in the biology of bears. Yes. Yay. Well done. And we're also in #3 in bear biology. So there's a number of different ways of looking at those rankings. But thank you, everyone who's helping us, get up those rankings. It's fabulous.
That's fantastic. I've been reading comments from one of our viewers this afternoon who says, oh, it's so hard not to stop reading this book. I've been rationing myself 1 chapter a day, but I can't stop reading.
Oh, that's lovely. That's really nice.
It is lovely. Well, it's time to wrap it up this afternoon, and thank everybody who's joined us for the launch of your book, Sarah Pye, Saving Sun Bears. It's just been so wonderful to be a part of this afternoon. So thank you for inviting me along to share the journey.
Thank you, Annie. I'd also like to thank everyone who's been a part of it. And there's so many people around the world that have helped me put this story together, and people that are helping get the word out about it now. So everyone has done their bit. To, as Wong says, do what you do best.
Now, you're going to be interviewing Wong again this Sunday afternoon, aren't you, as part of the World Environment Day program?
I will. I'll be interviewing him about the biodiversity in the Bornean rainforest. So that's going to be an interesting discussion as well.
That's going to be fantastic. And for people who still haven't got their hands on a copy, they're highly sought after. SavingSunBears.com is where you'll find it and find out more about Sarah's journey. You can also go to the Facebook of the same name, Facebook page, Saving Sun Bears, and you can get ebooks, hard copies and audio copies. They're all available through major retailers. And don't forget to tune in for that interview with Wong on Sunday afternoon as part of World Environment Day celebrations for the Sunshine Coast. The theme this year is biodiversity, and I can't think of a better way to launch World Environment Day on the coast today with Sarah Pye's book, Saving Sun Bears. So thank you so much to everyone who's joined us from around the world. I've been reading your comments and people are loving the book, Sarah. And many thanks to our organisers too at the Sunshine Coast Environment Council who've helped put this event together this afternoon. Annie Gaffney's my name. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again to Sarah Pye for Saving Sun Bears and Dr. Wong. Thank you.
Welcome to Borneo. This dense rainforest acts as the lungs of our planet. It is also home to the threatened Malayan sun bear. Adult sun bears are killed for their gallbladder and paws, ingredients in Chinese medicine. Traumatized orphaned cubs are abandoned or sold into the illegal pet trade. Dr. Wong, the Malaysian founder of the Bornean Sun Bear Conservation Center, is on a quest to save the world's smallest bear from extinction and release rescued bears back into the wild. Join Australian author Sarah Pye on a heartwarming journey through his extraordinary life, and meet sun bear characters who owe him their freedom. This is his story and theirs.
Well, what an inspiring story, and encourage everyone to be able to find the book online, Saving Sun Bears by Sarah Pye and Dr. Wong. Thank you very much to Annie Gaffney from ABC Sunshine Coast for doing such a fabulous, insightful interview for our World Environment Day program today. I'm Narelle from the Sunshine Coast Environment Council. We're the peak environmental advocacy group for the Sunshine Coast region. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. Over 4 decades, the Sunshine Coast Environment Council has been at the forefront of an amazing story of conservation fights, and a legacy that we're very proud is evident here within the region now. Much of the Sunshine Coast natural assets, our beautiful national parks, our hinterlands and also our rainforests and wetlands really have come under threat at various times over the last 40 years. SCEC and the passionate people who have rallied towards protecting and standing up for the Sunshine Coast environment are the real heroes and conservation champions that we're really proud to represent here on the Sunshine Coast. As a peak environmental advocacy group for the region, we're very honoured to be the umbrella group for over 60 member groups. These groups work tirelessly, they're volunteer-based, they're passionate, and they make contributions every day to the biodiversity of the Sunshine Coast region. From Bribie Island in the south and the marine areas and coastal areas, right through to Noosa, down through the hinterlands, and everywhere in between. Our member groups are unsung heroes of the environment, and we're privileged to be their voice at the table and to be able to represent them at all levels of government, in all sectors and in all ways, knowing that we have their interests and the interests of the Sunshine Coast environment at the forefront. It's my pleasure today to highlight just some of our member groups here on the Sunshine Coast. The next group you'll see is Coolum and North Shore Coast Care. Coolum and North Shore Coast Care were established in 2001, and they've been working in a dedicated way to preserve and restore the coastal dune systems of the Sunshine Coast, mainly north of the Maroochy River and up to the north, near to south of Noosa. They undertake a range of programs: dune revegetation, turtle care and monitoring, and education. The coastal discovery workshops have been able to inspire and educate school children and adults over many years to appreciate the fabulous coastal biodiversity and the marine environment that we're so fortunate to have here within the Sunshine Coast region. Coolum and North Shore Coast Care were established in 2001, and they haven't stopped since. And it's my pleasure to share with you their story. Coolum and North Shore Coast Care.
Iconic landscapes, mountains, walum, beaches, dunes, rocky foreshores, creeks, mangroves, and salt marshes distinguish our Coolum and North Shore area of the coastal fringe of the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. In addition to a regular annual membership of 150, many more supporters follow us on Facebook, look at our website, provide donations, and attend public events such as our community movie in the park. For example, our calendar is distributed to over 20 countries around the world and raises funds for our activities. In 2015, we contributed 12,700 volunteer hours, which, if valued at $30 per hour, means a contribution of more than $380,000 to the local environment. Members have fun, rain or shine, enjoy social events and weeding trips while working hard to protect the dunes. We knit the community together and grow conservation knowledge while promoting the coastal and walum biodiversity. Our not-for-profit community native nursery was established to promote and recognize the value of native plants within the Coolum district. We educate and provide the community with sun-hardened, salt-tolerant plants not found in local nurseries. Seeds are collected, propagated, and nurtured in nursery tunnels, then pricked out and sold to retail and wholesale customers. Schools are offered 50 free plants in exchange for promotion of the nursery within their school newsletters. We are kept busy by our 9 weeding groups and other practical projects like rocky foreshore research, fox monitoring and control in conjunction with Council and Queensland Parks and Wildlife, installing and observing nest boxes, recognition and partnership with the Gubbi Gubbi traditional owners, family and school education programs, mangrove planting, public talks, workshops, advocacy, and management meetings. We've grown since late 1998 when some local residents gathered to weed and care for the dunes. After attending a land care conference, they decided to form Coolum and District Coast Care Group. Over the years, hundreds have participated in guided walks and other wildflower festival events organized and led by ourselves, the local council, and other community groups. We are involved in turtle monitoring and attending marine strandings. Injured turtles are identified and referred to other organizations for recovery and release back to the wild. Turtle nests are noted and protected, and if hatchlings emerge, they are safely escorted to the water. This is an opportune moment to talk about protection of the dunes, turtle biology, and the problems of balloons and plastics in our oceans. Turtle talks are also well liked in early childhood centers and schools. Rubbish research, cleanup days, and marine awareness talks are also very popular and contribute to clean beaches and dunes. Concern over beach erosion and people and dogs climbing on the dunes, along with training in the use of videos for community issues, led to an award-winning eco-flick, Spinifex Stars, featuring Spinny, the hero of the dunes. Available on YouTube, the video has been used throughout Australia and internationally to teach about dune care. Coolum and North Shore Coast Care developed a practical environment education program for children aged 4 to 10, junior leaders for the 10 to 12-year-olds, and their parents. Over the past 4 years, insects, animals, birds, bats, plants, rocks, turtles, and Aboriginal heritage have been exposed to over 400 children. Where else can families enjoy and learn about nature, all for the gold coin donation? Coolum and North Shore Coast Care is restoring the significant areas of our local coastline, planting thousands of trees. It is made up of passionate people, heroes of the dunes who grow leadership, community involvement, and education. Land care is like the underlay of a patchwork quilt, binding together this wide variety of people, activities, and events. We want to keep doing what we're doing, encourage more participation, and boost local action for the global environment. Our small group can and is having a big influence.
Hello, friends! I'm Spinny, the Spinifex plant. My seeds spin everywhere to find new homes. This is my patch. It's so beautiful. I'm a type of grass that creeps along the sand. I have roots at every joint. My runners trap the sand when the wind blows, and my roots dig deep to find water and hold the dune. I love the sun and the salt. My silvery leaves reflect the sun to prevent sweating. In November, my female head gets full of seeds. Male seed heads are much smaller. Too bad, guys. Sometimes I see a bunch of blue-shirted people collecting seeds. They take my runners and seeds to their native plant nursery to make more plants. Each seed head has many spikelets, with over 100 seeds, but only 5 actually grow, unless they're given special attention. When the plants are big, Coolum Coast Care takes them back to the dunes to plant on my bald spots. Yay, Coolum Coast Care! I live in the front sand dunes, with hundreds of other insects, plants, and animals. I often see snakes, crabs, and birds making their homes in the dunes. Next time you're on the beach, have a look for their holes. Did you know that turtles nest on our beaches too? Once they drop their eggs into the nest on the beach, they go back to the sea. Sometimes dogs or foxes dig up the nest, or the eggs are exposed to the high tides and Coast Care has to relocate them. Then there's people traffic. It's not good to walk through the dunes. Making new paths kills off my Spinifex runners and causes more erosion. And I hate weekends and holidays. People climb the dunes and make them collapse. They pull at my roots and use boogie boards to surf down the dunes. People even send their dogs to the dunes to chase balls. Meanwhile, I'm holding onto the sand with all my might. I really want people to enjoy the beach, but keep off the dunes. Why can't people read? And then there's the rubbish. My Coolum Coast Care friends do research on beach rubbish. Those small bits of plastic kill birds and turtles. They think plastic is food. Now, if you were a turtle, would you know the difference between balloons and jellyfish? You could help with the research to determine how much plastic is on our beaches. When buildings are placed close to beaches, spinifex, beaches, and the buildings are destroyed. Hooray for sand dunes! My job is very difficult because of strong winds and high tides. They rip away sand and even big trees. Oh boy, climate change is here to stay. People say the movement of sand is natural. Sand will come back. This is not true. Sand does come and go, but always moves to the north. Beach sand is disappearing onto streets. Wind can blow sand away from the beach through short, straight beach accesses. Without my efforts, we'd have a lot of problems. So I guess I'm the hero of the dunes. Scientists say
beaches are trapped in a coastal squeeze between human population from the land and the effects of the global climate change from the sea.
Wow, I'm worried. Save our dunes. You can help. Get into action now. Don't climb on the dunes and tell your friends to keep off. Keep your pets away from the dunes. Throw all rubbish in the bin. Become a beach rubbish collector. Join Coolum District Coast Care and plant more spinifex. Save our dunes. Become a spinifex star. Next time you're on the beach, look for me.
Coast Care do such amazing work. You can find all the details on our SCEC website for Coast Care, scec.org.au, one of our wonderful member groups here on the Sunshine Coast doing incredible work for our coastal environment and beyond. In 2019, the Queensland Conservation Council celebrated its 50th anniversary. As part of these 50th anniversary celebrations, they launched the Natural Wonders Photography Awards. We're really excited this year to have the Director of the Queensland Conservation Council, Louise Matheson, to announce the winners of this year's Natural Wonders Photography Awards. Hi, Louise.
Narelle. Thank you very much for having us as part of your fabulous World Environment Day Festival.
It's a pleasure to have QCC as part of these events, and just wanted to say another fantastic awards this year with some fabulous entries.
Yeah, we've been really pleased. We got over 100 entries. These awards are designed to celebrate not just the natural beauty of Queensland, but also the power of a really good photograph to inspire thousands of people to stand up and defend a beautiful natural place, or the power of an image of horrible destruction to motivate us to get out there and do something about the environmental threats that we face. So we're really pleased to be announcing the winners here on World Environment Day. We had a judging panel made up of two of Queensland's leading natural nature photographers. Some of you may have heard of Kerry Trapnell from Cairns and Steve Nowakowski, who's also from North Queensland, both very well-known nature photographers. And they were joined by Sarah Moles, who is a member of the Queensland Conservation Council Board and also had been a newspaper photographer in a former life. So we had a great judging panel and they selected the photographs anonymously. They didn't know who took which photograph. And I think you'll agree they've come up with some fabulous selections. So the first category was native plants and wildlife. So this, we had a stack of really great entries. The photograph that the judges chose is called Return to the Deep. And I think we can take a look at that quickly now. This photograph is by Alex McDowell, the winner of our native plants and wildlife category. The judges said this is a dazzling image of a veteran sea turtle diving to the depths with perfect composition and the sun beaming from above. So Alex is the lucky winner of a 2 nights accommodation there on the beautiful Sunshine Coast at Dickey Beach in the Portobello by the Sea apartment, which was kindly donated by one of QCC's supporters, Heather Mullins. So a big thank you to Heather, and Alex will be looking forward to that, I'm sure. The runner-up in the Native Plants and Wildlife category was a photograph taken by John Cooper called A Quick Stretch, Then Lunch, and it's a beautiful image of a rainbow bee eater. Just stunning, those colours. The next category was land and seascapes, so the more large-scale images. Again, really hot competition. The image that the judges chose as the winner is called Entwined, and this photograph was taken by Helen Cummins. It's an image from the Lake Eyre Basin, the Channel Country in the far southwest corner of Queensland. And the judges said this fantastic composition of the marvellous entwining Channel Country, an image that shows the intricate yet fragile nature of the landscape. So congratulations, Helen. You have won 2 nights accommodation at a lovely holiday house called Buangan on Minjerribah, Stradbroke Island. And again, that was donated by one of QCC's generous supporters, Helen Abrahams. So a lovely place to get some more beautiful photographs. The runner-up in this category is called Moreton Bay Breathing. And this image was taken by Judy Leach. Looks like sunrise or sunset, I suspect. The colour in that is just stunning. So well done, Judy. Our next category, the smartphone category. This is a new one. We've realised that people can get some amazing images without having to have a big Canon lens these days. The winner of the smartphone category is called Dreamy Day. And this photo was taken by China Manuson. I believe that was taken somewhere on the Glasshouse Mountains, not far from the sunny coast. The judges said the human element in this photograph really adds scale and drama to a perfectly formed cave. And they wondered whether the view of this altered landscape, whether we one day could look out and see a more natural landscape again as we're able to restore our lands. So China gets a $150 Camera Pro voucher to continue her photography. The runner-up in the smartphone category is Minjerribah Morning, taken by Dick Copeman. So a photograph taken on Stradbroke Island, which is lovely. The last of the judging decisions was for the Junior Wonders category. So this was open to the under 18s, and we've always been really stunned by the quality of the images that we get from the under 18s. The winner is called Morning Bloom, and this photo was taken by Diva Ward. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. The judges said this is strong foreground and background work well together in this image. Great use of light and depth of field. So congratulations, Diva. You will be receiving a $100 Camera Pro voucher from us, and congratulations on that one. The runner-up in the Junior Wonders is called Wasting Time by Belinda Fraser. And I think this is an image that we can all relate to, of the joy of being out on the beach with our family. So thank you, Belinda. The last category was chosen not by our expert judges, but by the people. So we received hundreds of votes in our People's Choice Award. The selection, however, did actually agree with the judges. This time, Dreamy Day by China Manuson won the People's Choice as well as the smartphone category. So China, you'll be getting not 1 but 2 Camera Pro vouchers. Congratulations. And the last but not least, we had a lucky entrant prize. This is a bit like a lucky door prize. We drew the entrants' names randomly from a hat, and the winner of this one was Santana Mockett, whose photograph was All the Colours of a Rainbow. And Santana will be sending you a beautiful coffee table photography book about Cape York and the Indigenous cultures and beautiful landscapes of that region. So once again, that's a fabulous set of photographs. We're really grateful to everybody who entered, everybody who voted in the People's Choice, particularly to our judges, Kerry, Stephen and Sarah. Thanks go to Greenlight Creative, who helped with the graphic design, and to our generous prize donors, Heather and Helen, who have given those lovely weekends away for our winners. So thanks again, Narelle, for having us. This is the perfect opportunity to announce the finalists and the winners. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Louise. It's been a really important contribution to our World Environment Day Festival program, and just demonstrates just the incredible environment we have here in Queensland, and just thank the Queensland Conservation Council for the incredible work that they do standing up for nature.
And same to you, Skek. Keep it up. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Happy World Environment Day. Well, SCEC is an umbrella group, and we're really privileged to represent a range of member groups. During this World Environment Day Festival program, we're just taking the opportunity to spotlight just a couple of the wonderful groups that we have. And the next group to tell their story is Eco-Laborations. So Eco-Laborations are a company based in Nambour on the Sunshine Coast, and they specialise in providing ecological and environmental services and many other activities as well. They've been around for quite a few years and doing incredible work in the catchments of the Sunshine Coast, particularly the Maroochy area, but there's expanded out and do all these other incredible services. So please learn more about Eco-Laboration, and we're very pleased to have them as a SCEC member group for many years.
I think this is a fantastic industry and company to be working for. I mean, in terms of international significance, we're not a large not-for-profit organisation, but we have a big heart, and regionally we have a big impact.
We have a wide variety of skills, so from GIS mapping and surveying through to project management skills and writing quite technical reports in environmental management, through to education and supporting volunteering.
So we're working on one of our environmental reserves in the Obi Valley, in the headwaters of the Mary River catchment. So this project we've been working on here is a regeneration project of lowland subtropical rainforest. Behind us is young regrowth. We'd start with priority weeds, probably like the Catspaw and Madeira.
The bush around us used to be a lot of lantana. I was actually one of the people who helped pull this lantana out behind us. Since then there's been a lot of regrowth. We've had some revegetation plantings put in, and it's just come along beautifully. Like, it's a big difference from what it was when I first saw it. And hopefully it's just onwards and upwards from here.
Have you ever seen this run?
Yeah, only when it's seasonal.
There's an enormous benefit to what we do. Firstly, we're improving the ecosystem and increasing habitat and biodiversity in the region. We're creating corridors that link up with national parks and Sunshine Coast Council reserves, obviously increasing the waterways, the quality of the waterways and the health of the water that we're drinking. But we're also engaging landholders throughout the region who are actually buying into this idea that they not only own the land, but they're custodians of the land, and that what they do actually matters in a broader sense and in a regional sense.
This year we're really excited to bring the World Environment Day Festival online. And some of those wonderful heroes from the past, volunteers who've worked passionately, they've worked hard, they've tired themselves out, they're so passionate, are going to tell some of their stories.
The Maroochy River is one of the three major estuaries, I guess, on the Sunshine Coast. It's a central one. It's only a small estuary. You can look from its source and you can see the mouth of the river, but it's a very, very vital part of our community. Initially it was for Aboriginal people and the natural wildlife. When Europeans came, it was a major transport route. It was the artery to get into the hinterland before roads were built and before the railway was built. To me, one of its major importance is the environmental values that it has, and also the spin-off from that into the recreational for the community as a whole, through fishing and swimming and boating and sailing. Yeah, so it's a little bit like the canary in the mine, that if you've got a healthy river, then you've got a healthy catchment. And so yeah, so to me it's vital. At the mouth of the river, it's and up to upstream a little way, it's zoned as fish habitat, and it's seen as of regional significance for fish breeding. So fish that are bred in the Maroochy will find their ways into other estuaries as well. So that sandbar zone down at the mouth of the river is absolutely vital for the recreational fisheries that we enjoy.
Well, how I first got involved with the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, I remember I was standing on Howard Street, outside the Howard Street kitchen at Janet College was running, and Des Ritchie, dear Des, the president of SCEC at the time, was regaling us with a story about the Alex rainforest that he was trying to save behind Alexandra Headlands there. And he was telling us a story about the Reverend Ron Clark was standing up there saying, you know, my God's bigger than your God. And Des was saying, no, my God's bigger than your God. And I thought, I'm with him. I'm with his God. And actually at that point, I just got behind Des and supported him in every way I could. And before too long, I realised I was coordinator there for a couple of years of the Sunshine Coast Environment Council.
Well, just a couple of the incredible people who've been involved with SCEC over the last 4 decades. We'll be hearing some more stories from SCEC people and stories about the region throughout the World Environment Day Festival program. But thank you so much to our Vice President, Gillian Rossiter, our wonderful Jim Cash, who has a wealth of knowledge about the Maroochy River and the coastal processes around this area, and also the incredible Susie Chapman, just such a joy and a wealth of knowledge and experience as well. Another member group, we're very proud to say, won the Sunshine Coast Council's 2020 Sustainability Award. 10 Little Pieces have made such an impact in a reasonably short amount of time on a very big issue, marine pollution. 10 Little Pieces, driven by Alison, will tell her story about how the group became to do the incredible work that they do and making all the difference to our beautiful marine environment. Over to you, Alison.
I'm Alison Foley from 10 Little Pieces. I began an empowerment movement for ordinary people to make a big difference by collecting 10 little pieces of rubbish anytime, anywhere, especially with children involved. So what we found is that opens conversations around environmental empowerment, regenerative concepts, and a rethinking of our concept of waste. And I think the strength of our message is in its simplicity. So from that really simple messaging, we've developed an education program that we're taking into schools all the way from preschool, so 3 and 4 year olds, all the way through to school leavers. And we're doing some corporate presentations now to help bring that awareness into the current dialogue and help people to question their own consumption habits, because all the knowledge in the world means very little without action. So that's what we tried to do. We tried to magnify that message, and children take it on board very quickly. When they know better, they do better. And if we can support that sense of being able to make a difference in their own field of influence, then that means the world. Really, it does. We are living in really difficult times. So if we can collaborate, I think that's a beautiful word to be using in this context. Collaborate, learn, discuss, network and listen to each other, support other alternative ideas, take them on board, but at the end of the day, follow your passion. Find that one thing or second thing that you can really connect to so that you feel motivated yourself to take action.
Such an inspiring story. I think it just reminds that sometimes the problems seem so overwhelming, but that we are all part of the solution. And Alison is a classic example of that passion of an individual branching out and really creating a whole movement around 10 little pieces and making such a difference, not only here on the Sunshine Coast, but in other marine environments on this beautiful planet of ours. Bribie Island Environmental Protection Association is another wonderful member group. BEPA, as they're affectionately known, have again been working tirelessly, all volunteers over many years, protecting and enhancing the environment of Bribie Island, much of it a marine park. So it's a big patch, both terrestrial and marine, that they've been looking after for many, many years. Please learn more about the wonderful work of BEPA.
The Bribie Island Environmental Association joined the Cane Toad Challenge 2 years ago. We catch cane toads and trap for cane toadlets in a beautiful suburban wetland area. It is home to many varieties of wildlife and an ideal breeding ground for cane toads. Saturday night is cane toad busting night, and we welcome all the family.
Good one, Jake. Pop your net on him. There we go. Got him. There he is. He's good. All right. He was a big one.
So far, we've sent over 4,000 toads from Bribie Island to the University of Queensland. And this summer, we've been rewarded with the sights and sounds of native frogs. Green tree frogs. Striped rocket frogs. Eastern sedge frogs.
There you go. And that. Oh no! Oh my God! That jumped out of your bag. Not funny. It's not funny. You're right. And that little Fred, here he is. He's gone up here. Tell you what, he can hop. There he is. He's a little fella. No.
So there is still work to do. Come and join our toad busting team.
So again, another wonderful story about the programs and work that volunteer organisations across the Sunshine Coast region undertake each and every day, making all the difference to our environment. At SCEC, we say our environment, our lifestyle, our choices. And this World Environment Day, perhaps thinking about what your choices are, will help you connect to your passion and what you see as important in preserving and protecting biodiversity and being proactive in environmental protection or whatever area that you're interested in. You can check out our wonderful member groups. We have over 60 groups, as I mentioned before. They're working in natural resource management, conservation, land care, water watch, coast care. There's any number that you could choose from, and they are such an incredible and vibrant groups to be part of, and you're sure to learn a lot and know that you're making a really big difference to the environment. So please check out the Sunshine Coast Environment Council's website, skec.org.au, and check the member groups tab in the About Us drop down. There's much more you'll see on our website. Explore the member groups, find out what you'd like to do, and know that collectively we're all making this difference. A little bit later on, we'll be looking at some other member groups as well, and also speaking to some incredible conservation heroes of the Sunshine Coast region. SCEC's 4 decades has seen us work across a range of areas and have some really big campaigns over the years, but it's always a team effort. There's people coming together and knowing what's at stake and knowing that we can't just sit back and let things happen when our environment and our wildlife and nature are under threat. So we hope that you'll be inspired to be part of that effort, not only this World Environment Day, but each and every day, knowing that with biodiversity under threat, our species under pressure, that we need to all share the stewardship of this planet. And the Sunshine Coast Environment Council plays its role, and very humbly and very proudly represents the member groups here on the Sunshine Coast working in environmental advocacy. Please stay tuned for a little bit later on for much more on the World Environment Day Festival program. You'll see that on our website, wed.org.au. We're also taking questions live here in the studio from the University of the Sunshine Coast here on the beautiful Sunshine Coast region. So please send them through Facebook on the WED the WED Facebook page, and we'd love to hear from you. We want to know where you are, what you're doing, why you're celebrating World Environment Day with us, and what you would like to share about your observations and care about the environment. Just had a question in, what's SCEC's biggest environmental issue at the moment? It's biodiversity loss. It's probably one that actually sort of captures a number of the threats. The Sunshine Coast is known as a biodiversity hotspot. We're really lucky here in the southeast Queensland area, the Sunshine Coast, because of our location geographically, where we have the temperate zone coming together, where we've really got this opportunity of really rich biodiversity. We're one of the few biodiversity hotspots in Queensland. The other is the wet tropics, which is obviously incredible as well. So with that, the biodiversity is not only magnificent, but it's also very vulnerable to the pressures that we're experiencing here within the Sunshine Coast region. Population growth is one of those biggest threats. In many ways, unsustainable population growth, looking at carrying capacities and what really can our natural environment support. We're really fortunate to have some conservation areas and national parks, again a legacy of the Sunshine Coast Environment Council and the passionate people coming together to stand up to protect those areas when they are under threat from inappropriate development. Those assets, those natural assets, really form the backdrop and the conservation heart of the Sunshine Coast region. We know that we need to hang on to those and add to those conservation areas if we are to halt the biodiversity decline. We need to manage the pressures of population growth and fragmentation of our landscape. We need to understand about improving the connectivity across our land and seascapes and our wonderful rivers, and ensure that we're looking for ecologically sustainable development. The rampant development from the 70s onwards has really left some dreadful scars on the Sunshine Coast landscape. So what we have now is really important that we protect and ensure that we're working together and understanding what those threats are, knowing that with the impacts of climate change, the Sunshine Coast region is even more vulnerable to these impacts from climate change through sea level rise and storm surge and inundation, and from flooding, and also, of course, our environment with the vegetation changing and habitat values being affected by climate change. It's so important that we are objective about what can and cannot be sustained. Our biodiversity is already under threat, it's already declining, but with some collective effort and with the alarm for urgency, we need to make sure that we're doing all we possibly can. SCEC and its member groups do this each and every day. SCEC works with all sectors and all levels of government to advocate for greater ecological sustainability. We don't have any time to lose. We don't want to lose any more habitat. We can't afford to put species under pressure. Our coastal environments are already showing signs of stress. However, there's always hope, and that hope is us. And celebrating the World Environment Day Festival is just one way of reflecting on the environmental values and the importance of the environment here. So biodiversity loss is one area that SCEC continues to advocate very heavily to turn that trend around and continue to do that in many different ways. If there's any other questions, please post them on our Facebook page and we'll be able to respond to you as quickly as possible. We're also streaming on YouTube as well, and also on the SCEC Facebook page, as well as the World Environment Day Festival Facebook page. We've just had a question come in about how does it feel about approaching our 40th anniversary? Well, it's really exciting and really humbling to know that since 1980, SCEC has been at the forefront of protecting the environment, along with many other people as well. The different eras over the last 4 decades has presented its own particular issues, a lot of them to do with development and clearing of vegetation and habitat impacts, infrastructure projects and so on. Changes over the Sunshine Coast have been evident, obviously, over those last 4 decades. In the 40th anniversary of the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, we know that our work is not yet done. There's still so much that we are active in doing to protect the Sunshine Coast environment. 4 decades doesn't necessarily tell the story of the many tireless and dedicated, absolutely incredibly dedicated people who literally blood, sweat and tears to make sure that we didn't lose public Crown land, to inappropriate development, that they were gazetted into national parks that we celebrate today. Some of those campaigns, were over a decade. They were years of fighting, making sure that no avenue was left unexplored in the object of protecting these natural assets of the Sunshine Coast region. So in 40 years, there's been a lot of people involved. There's been a lot of campaigns, a lot of wins, but also, ones that we've lamented as not being able to celebrate as we would have liked to. So in the 40th year of SCEC, we're as committed and dedicated as ever to protecting and preserving and celebrating the Sunshine Coast environment, so that we know that there's going to be this environment going forward into the future, and that SCEC has an important role to play, not only as the advocacy group, but as an umbrella group for our wonderful member groups and the wider Sunshine Coast community.
Giving it to lyrics that don't rhyme. I'll change my approach, I'll change my mind. Killing my assumptions all the time. I'll learn something new and let go of the sky. The other side of who you are. Don't give in to these scars. With this makeup on, you're breaking on the cliff face that you start. Been climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you are. Behavior that you thought would save her. A little distance from yourself means it misses that battle. As soon as you walk out into the sunset by yourself, and I know that you're complete, feeling so deceived, defeated by assumption that you're not enough.
World Environment Day Festival is organised by the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, and it's now been going for 39 years. And it's a really special day where the Sunshine Coast community comes together to not only celebrate the environment, but to learn about the issues that are affecting our environment here and all the things that they can do to take action to protect it. We have over 30 local community groups that come to the festival, so people can come along and go to the Renewables Expo and Village, and they can learn about electric cars, electric bikes, and things that they can do to really make a difference in their own life. So around 8,000 people have come to World Environment Day Festival today, and it's really inspiring to see that so many people are keen to get involved and learn about what's affecting the environment here and also how they can take action.
Cure fights. Understand the tables can be turning lights. Shining down upon me now. I'm feeling not so lonely. See me turning into only cause this family is the glory. Connected to each other. We feel it is the other. Like a savior from ourselves. I'm turning to the help now. Decided who you are. Don't give in to these scars. But this makeup on, you're breaking on. The clear face that you start. Been climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you
Day Festival is a day to celebrate our unique environment here on the coast. We have live performances, a children's forest, live music, art, and over 40 different local community environmental organisations where people can connect with and learn how to take action in their own backyard.
Did you ever hope for? But I ain't all I ever dreamed. No matter how small, well, there must still be some hope for us all.
The Sunshine Coast Environment Council is the peak environmental advocacy organisation that has been working to protect the environment here on the coast for almost 40 years. We represent over 60 local community groups who are taking positive action on the ground to do just that.
The things I learned just living my life. Either got high hopes for nothing gonna change. Everything may just stay the same. You gotta
Last year we welcomed over 8,000 people here to Cotton Tree, and we invite everyone to come on down. It's a free, family-friendly event to connect with local vendors and learn how you can take positive action to protect our environment.
Change a few things around here, won't be hard. Things ain't quite working out. Well, that's where my hopes and dreams.
Sunshine Coast Climate Action Now is a community organisation committed to local action to address the global climate challenge, part of the Think Global, Act Local ethos. The objective of the Expo is to enable local businesses to showcase their products and services in the renewable energy space and the emerging technology, so that people in the community can come along and see what's available right now for them, so that they can do something meaningful. The festival, and the Renewables Expo in particular, is very popular for members in the community to see firsthand what's available, talk to the suppliers and sign up and actually start to do something meaningful to address the climate emergency right now.
Our great Australian bush depends on flying foxes to keep it healthy. Save this species and we save 600. They are the keystone pollinators responsible for the survival of native flora and fauna, including our beloved koalas. But the grey-headed flying fox is listed as vulnerable to extinction. Without them, our whole ecosystem is at risk. So if you hear these little guys in your backyard, enjoy the banter. Our great Australian bush couldn't survive without them. Visit littleaussiebat.com.au.
I had the opportunity to really start to learn that not everything is available all year round. And the other thing was just the taste of the produce. Tasting something that has actually literally just been picked that morning. It's at its peak nutritionally, but the flavour is amazing. I'm so proud that we can feed our community every week with organic produce.
Giving it to lyrics that don't rhyme. I'll change my approach, I'll change my mind. Killing my assumptions all the time. I'll learn something new and let go of the sky. The world decided who you are. Don't give in to these scars. Let's make up on you're breaking on the cliff face that you start. Been climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you are. On and on and on and on, ride it on a cliff face that you want. A little motion never heard. Killing the behavior that you thought
Environment Day Festival is organised by the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, and it's now been going for 39 years. And it's a really special day where the Sunshine Coast community comes together to not only celebrate the environment, but to learn about the issues that are affecting our environment here and all the things that they can do to take action to protect it. We have over 30 local community groups that come to the festival, so people can come along and go to the Renewables Expo and Village, and they can learn about electric cars, electric bikes, and things that they can do to really make a difference in their own life. So around 8,000 people have come to World Environment Day Festival today, and it's really inspiring to see that so many people are keen to get involved and learn about what's affecting the environment here and also how they can take action.
There's love and light, I cannot really hide, I'm finding strife, it's fading, turning high, secure fights, understand the tables can be turning lights, shining down upon me now, I'm feeling not so lonely, see me turning into only cause this family is the glory, connected to each other, we feel it is the other, that can save us from ourselves, I'm turning to the help now.
Inside of who you are, don't give in to these scars, put this makeup on, you're breaking on, the clear face that you start. Climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you are.
Well, we trust you're enjoying this online WED Fest 2020. The videos that you've just seen probably help give you some vibe of what our WED Fests normally are that we have been hosting for the last 39 years, this being our 40th. So reflecting back on those great events, we hope to bring more of those to you next year. But for now, we really appreciate you joining us to celebrate World Environment Day 2020. And really great to get some comments coming in. Thanks very much, Mal, for your comment. Yes, it is about being a collective effort for protection of biodiversity, habitat protection, and tackling the challenges of climate change. Please let us know your thoughts. We're really keen to hear what you have to say. We are all about collective effort and stewardship. So it's wonderful to know that you're there supporting SCEC and being part of this World Environment Day Festival this year. We're looking forward to interviewing a conservation legend from the Sunshine Coast, Jill Chamberlain. She'll be joining us very shortly for a live interview here for the WED Fest 2020 program this afternoon. So please stay tuned, enjoy more of the videos and some of the reflections, and get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
We are super passionate about farming. I love that I can plough a field, plant a seed, and a couple of months later, we're giving out this beautiful, fresh, organic produce. And that's important because healthy food gives us healthy families. And healthy families that can make good choices and have much more opportunity in life.
Festival is a day to celebrate our unique environment here on the coast. We have live performances, a children's forest, live music, art, and over 40 different local community environmental organisations where people can connect with and learn how to take action in their own backyard.
Did you ever hope for, but I ain't all I ever dreamed. how small. Well, there must still be some hope for us all.
The Sunshine Coast Environment Council is the peak environmental advocacy organisation that has been working to protect the environment here on the coast for almost 40 years. We represent over 60 local community groups who are taking positive action on the ground to do just that.
The things I learned just living my life. Either got out or nothing gonna change. Everything may just stay the same. You gotta have dreams, little dreams too.
Last year we welcomed over 8,000 people here to Cotton Tree, and we invite everyone to come on down. It's a free, family-friendly event to connect with local vendors and learn how you can take positive action to protect our environment.
Change a few things around here, oh, because things ain't quite working out. Well, that's where my hopes and dreams.
Sunshine Coast Climate Action Now is a community organisation committed to local action to address the global climate challenge, part of the Think Global, Act Local ethos. The objective of the Expo is to enable local businesses to showcase their products and services in the renewable energy space and the emerging technology, so that people in the community can come along and see what's available right now for them, so that they can do something meaningful. The festival, and the Renewables Expo in particular, is very popular for members in the community to see firsthand what's available, talk to the suppliers and sign up and actually start to do something meaningful to address the climate emergency right now.
Now more than ever, we are confronted with the fragility of life and our connection to nature and our planet. Nature is showing us that humankind is on the verge of a breakdown. 1 million plant and animal species are likely to disappear soon. We rely on nature for our energy, for our food, and everything we need. We can fix this, but only if we act now. It's time to ensure we have a future. It's time for nature.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up!
This World Environment Day.
This World Environment Day. Tell the world why it's time for nature.
We will not back down until we see real and lasting change to support this beautiful planet we call home.
So tag your friends and leaders of corporations, companies, and governments.
To invite them to be part of the solution. We need the planet more than the planet needs us.
Your planet, my planet.
It's time for nature.
La hora de la naturaleza.
Thanks very much for joining us for this World Environment Day Festival 2020, hosted by the Sunshine Coast Environment Council. So SCEC was actually the recipient of the United Nations Environment Programme's World Environment Day Festival Award in 2012 for the largest global mobilisation for World Environment Day, a great honour for a regional conservation group to be recognised within the global celebrations for World Environment Day. We're really excited to have some messages from international guests for joining us for this World Environment Day here on the Sunshine Coast, but being celebrated around the globe.
Namaste. Hi everyone. This is Hom Gurung from BirdLife International. I am from Nepal, currently working in Malaysia. Today we are celebrating the World Environment Day, which is a very unique day for each and everyone on the earth. I think each and everyone knows we are all going through a hardship because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But what we have done, the humans have done a bad thing for nature. We did not take care of nature, Mother Nature. So I think it's a high time to repair our Mother Earth and take care of the nature so that eventually the human beings will benefit from Mother Nature. Thank you everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Talofa, Happy World Environment Day from Tuvalu. Did you know that in Tuvalu we call the coconut tree the tree of life? The coconut's roots are usually made for local medicine. The coconut trunk is used for making traditional houses. The coconut fruit is used for drinking. And the coconut leaves we use for making local mats. Thank you, Fafatai Lasti Tofa.
So we're part of a global community celebrating the World Environment Day this year, and we're part of people power celebrating and protecting the environment across the planet. The Sunshine Coast Environment Council was certainly part of that protection and efforts for the environment, and we have the benefit of the wonderful stories from Green Legends, People Power on the Sunshine Coast, authored by the wonderful Elaine Green, a Skek Life member and a former Maroochy Shire councillor. Elaine was pivotal in catchment care programs and other environmental programs in her time as a local government councillor, but also as a fantastic advocate and author for the region. One of the big stories in the conservation journey was the battle for Mount Coolum. Mount Coolum is an incredibly significant landform, both ecologically and culturally, within the Sunshine Coast landscape. It towers some 200 metres above the coastal plains along the coast near Coolum. And it has a very rich traditional story and Indigenous connection, which I'll leave for those traditional owners to talk more about. But our story relates to the mountain being looked at purely for exploitation, and it was only through the efforts of the Save Mount Coolum Committee in 1985 to stop chairlifts being put up to the top of the magnificent summit of Mount Coolum, and to turn it into nothing more than a materialistic tourist attraction and disrespecting the incredible values that it actually has. So what was proposed was something that would have desecrated pretty much the 25 million years of history of Mount Coolum. And it was a principle, it was a development that was proposed by the Maroochy Shire Council, and it was approved in principle. And it was going to have gondola bubbles, chairlift style, you know, up its magnificent cliffs, and this is a mountain that has 40% of the world's ferns only found on this particular location. So her botanical treasures had been hidden, you know, from public, you know, for millions and millions of years. And these were found nowhere else in the world. And this proposal was nothing about preserving the ecological and botanical beauty that Mount Coolum has. It was more about exploitation. So it was about 450 residents at the time and thousands of signatures on a petition against the development. The Save Mount Coolum Committee was formed, and Skek, the Yurumba Progress Association, the Fairgo Maroochy and the locals worked tirelessly during 1986 and 1987 to bring the folly of this development proposal to an end. It was a classic case of local people strongly attached to the natural landscape and outraged at such a ridiculous proposal, because that's all that it could be described as. It was ridiculous, could be supported by their council. There was a media campaign, there was the sticker campaign, there was badges and a concert, and just people coming together and rallying and sharing their values and care of Mount Coolum. The environmental significance of Mount Coolum was detailed in a report commissioned by the Save Mount Coolum Committee. And some of the strange plants and liverworts and hornworts and lichens and mosses thrived on those rocky outcrops. Considerable floral diversity was contained not only on the Mount Montaigne Heath summit, but also on the small rainforest pockets and woodlands on the lower slopes.
It was home to 586 plants and included 2 species whose distribution was confined only to the mountain. So you'd be getting some idea of just how special this landscape is and how special ecologically this feature is. And it was also home to the rare Alarina casuarina emuina, the Mount Emu she oak. There were 78 species of birds supported by the mountain and its surrounds, including migratory birds and the famous pair of peregrine falcons who still nest there today. Although there was plenty of scientific justification for most people, Mount Coolum was simply an icon on the Sunshine Coast that they simply did not want desecrated. So Scarecrow the Safe Mount Coolum Committee worked tirelessly and proposed an environment park to combine the collection of Crown land reserves in the immediate vicinity of Mount Coolum. As the 1988 local government elections drew close, Maroochy Shire Council withdrew its support for the development and recommended to state government that Mount Coolum become a national park. Such a massive win, such a massive turnaround from what was actually proposed to now it being considered to become a national park. So it was when there was a change in state Labor government the state government, and it was the Labor government under Wayne Goss in 1989 that promised it would become a national park, finally, and giving it that conservation protection that it so deserved. So what we had was Maroochy Shire Council gave 7 hectares of its freehold land and a further 11 hectares of Crown land leasehold and included in the national park. It took several years to get a management plan together and some budget pathways had to be overcome. But in 1989, it became the Mount Coolum National Park, and it's a significant part of our conservation estate here on the Sunshine Coast to this day. It's extremely popular in terms of recreation, but it's also proudly stands amongst the coastal lowlands as a testament to the traditional owners and that cultural connection to country, and also the magnificent ecological values that it still holds within its mountainous majesty today. So our thanks to all those people who are involved in making sure that Mount Coolum and its surrounds in the larger area of the national park is there today, supporting wildlife, supporting the cultural significance that it represents, and just not allowing ill-sighted and ridiculous follies proposals that, there were far too many of those throughout the 80s and we still see them today, that we're completely at odds with the incredible values that these natural places hold.
Nature is sending us a clear message. We are harming the natural world to our own detriment. Habitat degradation and biodiversity loss are accelerating. Climate disruption is getting worse. Fires, floods, droughts, and superstorms are more frequent and damaging. Oceans are eating and acidifying, destroying coral ecosystems. And now a new coronavirus is raging, undermining health and livelihoods. To care for humanity, we must care for nature. We need our entire global community to change course. Let's rethink what we buy and use, adopt sustainable habits, farming and business models, safeguard remaining wild spaces and wildlife, and commit to a green and resilient future. As we work to build back better, let us put nature where it belongs, at the heart of our decision-making. On this World Environment Day, it's time for nature.
And at a time when our environment needs our help probably more than ever before.
We need to understand that we're putting the earth under stress. We have to understand that we can't continue taking things out of the planet, putting pollutions into it, and assume that all will be well.
What do I leave these young kids with? An ocean which is full of plastic, a river which has turned into a sewage, a forest which is no more a forest.
It's so painful to see what we have done to their environment.
Hope doesn't just come in on a tray, that someone else will take care of our future. We have to earn hope.
We have to give back as well. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Our lives, our survival, our health, our livelihood, everything depends on it.
One person starts and then people all over the globe take it on.
You really appreciate just what an incredible planet this is.
We're doing it for the people we love and for the generations to come.
Each one of us can do something about our footprint, about our waste, about our pollution.
But do something. Do one thing. Commit to one thing this World Environment Day.
Giving it to lyrics that don't rhyme. I'll change my approach, I'll change my mind. Killing my assumptions all the time. I'll learn something new and let go of the sky. The world decided who you are. Don't give in to these scars. With this makeup on, you're breaking on the cliff face that you start. Been climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you are. On and on and on and on, ride it on a clear face that you want. A little motion never heard. Killing the behavior that you thought would save her. A little distance from yourself, these images that melt. As soon as you walk out into the sunset by yourself, and I know that you're complete, feeling so deceived, defeated the assumption that you're not enough.
World Environment Day Festival is organised by the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, and it's now been going for 39 years. And it's a really special day where the Sunshine Coast community comes together to not only celebrate the environment, but to learn about the issues that are affecting our environment here and all the things that they can do to take action to protect it. We have over 30 local community groups that come to the festival, so people can come along and go to the Renewables Expo and Village, and they can learn about electric cars, electric bikes, and things that they can do to really make a difference in their own lives. So around 8,000 people have come to World Environment Day Festival today, and it's really inspiring to see that so many people are keen to get involved and learn about what's affecting the environment here and also how they can take action.
giving up.
There's love and light, I cannot really hide, I'm finding strife. It's fading, turning high, secure, cure fights. Understand the tables can be turning lights. Shine a gun upon me now, I'm feeling not so lonely. See me turning into homely, cause this family is deployed. Connected to each other, we feel it is the other that can save us from ourselves. I'm turning to the help now.
Decided who you are, don't give in to these scars. With this makeup on, you're breaking on the clear face that you start. Climbing up last night, and I know that you got fight. Give yourself the right to make the best of who you are.
Day Festival is a day to celebrate our unique environment here on the coast. We have live performances, a children's forest, live music, art, and over 40 different local community environmental organisations where people can connect with and learn how to take action in their own backyard.
Did you ever hope for? But I ain't all I ever dreamed, no matter how small. Well, there must still be some hope for us all.
The Sunshine Coast Environment Council is the peak environmental advocacy organisation that has been working to protect the environment here on the coast for almost 40 years. We represent over 60 local community groups who are taking positive action on the ground to do just that.
The things I learned just to live in my life. Neither got hope or nothing gonna change. Everything may just stay the same. You gotta have dreams, little dreams too.
Last year we welcomed over 8,000 people here to Cotton Tree, and we invite everyone to come on down. It's a free, family-friendly event to connect with local vendors and learn how you can take positive action to protect our environment.
Change a few things around here, because the things ain't quite working out. That's where my hopes and dreams.
Sunshine Coast Climate Action Now is a community organisation committed to local action to address the global climate challenge, part of the Think Global, Act Local ethos. The objective of the Expo is to enable local businesses to showcase their products and services in the renewable energy space and the emerging technology, so that people in the community can come along and see what's available right now for them, so that they can do something meaningful. The festival, and the Renewables Expo in particular, is very popular for members in the community to see firsthand what's available, talk to the suppliers and sign up and actually start to do something meaningful to address the climate emergency right now.
So different, you and I, blood in our veins and fear in our eyes. some time. You make your decision about mine. Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right? I am your brother. I am your friend. And I need your help, not your pretend. Haven't you seen all the signs? The ties we have are no longer bind. Do you think that's right? Do you think that's right? Calling on you, I'm calling you now. Calling on you, will you help me somehow? Look at the truth and look at the lies. I'm calling on you, calling on you. Help me survive. It's all around you. It's in your bones. And it's made of water and earth, sunshine and stone. It's not what it seems, and it's all around. And it lets you fly without leaving the ground.
I'll just start. You'll be able to see the wonderful music throughout our program, starting from today through until Sunday. We talked earlier about some of our member groups and put a spotlight on 10 Little Pieces. That was just an opportunity to introduce you to this wonderful member group of the Sunshine Coast Environment Council, and as I said, the winner of the Sunshine Coast Council's Sustainability Award for 2020. So that's no small achievement and recognition. So we're really pleased to be able to welcome Alison here to our live stream.
Good afternoon. What a fantastic show you've put together. I'm so impressed. Hi.
Thanks, Alison, and thanks for everything that you've been doing, and really glad that you can join us this afternoon and just tell us a little bit more about 10 Little Pieces.
I think you might have seen the video earlier. The simplicity of our message has seen it grow really, really quickly. So we've aligned with quite a lot of international groups. We've been accepted into the United Nations Environment Programme.
Great.
We're babies in this space. So the journey itself has been really quite exhilarating and nerve-wracking. And I mean, just from me to you, it's lovely to be able to see you, even though we haven't been able to speak in person over the last few months with the craziness, just to say thanks for all your support. And I think it lends this sort of acknowledgement of one of your member groups. It lends credibility to the wonderful support and the resources and the knowledge and the expertise and just the savvy. When you find your passion and you can activate on it with the support of the people in SCEC and the other member groups, and that sense of collaboration is real. That's what has brought us such success, and it's really wonderful. I'm still exhilarated. It's really good. Yeah.
That's wonderful, Alison. We're really honoured to have you as one of our member groups as well. And there's just so many activities that our groups and individuals do that don't always get some recognition. So we're really pleased that you're able to be part of the program today, and that we continue to work with you and our other groups throughout the year. You were posing some questions earlier that we'd really like to just touch on regarding sustainability and regenerative action. What's your thoughts on that?
It's a great question, and it's something that I've been working on collaborating with a few people on the language that we use around protecting and preserving the places that we care for, and whether or not, I'd love to know your thoughts, whether or not sustainability as a term goes far enough. We know that we are, so far beyond the systems, so far beyond the measures that the earth can sustain. So whether we need to start really thinking in regenerative terms and revamping and reviving, as well as protecting. I don't know if sustainability in itself is adequate anymore, given the status quo. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're very much on the money there, that sustainability does tend to suggest maintaining a status quo, but when we know that balance is way out, particularly from an environmental and ecological perspective, and that we're talking about natural systems where certainly social and cultural sustainability are very much part of that mix. But when we talk about economic sustainability, like the quadruple bottom line, the economy is it's a construct. So we're not when we're talking about sustainability in terms of balance. We know that the systems, natural systems, are under pressure, so they are coming from a depleted level. So I'd absolutely share your thoughts on needing this regenerative actions, and that sustainability, as a collective term, doesn't necessarily always describe the true dynamic of what's going on, particularly for our natural systems. Some of the work that you sorry, go on.
I find your viewpoint fascinating, and it resonates really strongly with me. Another thing I was preparing to ask you on the live stream was the adoption of the precautionary principle. When we know, say, developments across the coast are actually, and there's a likelihood of damaging our ecosystems or threatening particular vulnerable species, for example. Why is it seems to me that there's a shortfall in policy and the implementation of law to protect those places. And I know that you've done an enormous amount of work in that space. It must be really frustrating for you to see that precautionary principle not adopted and not enacted.
Yeah, absolutely, because it is enshrined in environmental legislation. It is accepted as internationally as an approach to conservation, that if you don't know the extent of harm, environmental harm, then that action should not proceed. Certainly the definition of precautionary principle reads as such that we should be protecting more of our environment, but in practice it's not being applied. So I think recognising that there has to be that erring on the side of precautionary principles, not only particularly from a legislative point of view, so that this harm isn't occurring, because we know that once that harm has occurred, it's impossible to reverse that. So we need to be,
Sorry.
No, you go. You please say. Yeah.
One of the driving principles, or one of the driving factors we ran a cigarette butt reduction initiative here. Cigarette butts are the most common form of litter. We know that a lot of that is ending up in our beautiful coral sea and in our environments across the entire region and across the world. So the precautionary principle in application to encouraging people to dispose appropriately, and in fact fining people for littering. When you see these mountains at any of the beach cleanups,
I know,
mountains and mountains of not just cigarette butts, but single-use plastic, and there's a lot of work going on in that space. There is still hope, but I think we need to go further. I think as a community, and it starts with the individual. One of the central tenets of 10 Little Pieces is that if a 4-year-old or a child of any age can see the damage of one plastic spoon on Noosa Beach and pick it up and know that a turtle might not consume that because of their inaction of the precautionary principle. If they understand that at a fundamental, we belong to an interconnected system here, and they can tell the difference between right and wrong, and they can see that they can make a difference. That is highly rewarding and highly motivating, because they continue to do it again and again, because it gives you those altruistic, beneficial kind of emotions. I've done good here, and they have the power to make a difference. So, but litter for me is a really big thing, but it has evolved for us, like many concepts do, into the opening of a dialogue. So stopping this one piece of litter now makes my kids think, or any of the children that we educate in our school system, our school program, is that where did this come from? How did it get here? What could we do instead? Can we be part of the solution rather than to the problem, which is fascinating to see. That's what floats my boat.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing work that you do, Alison, and I think you've certainly inspired many people to be part of the solution. So thank you very much for being part of the World Environment Day Festival program. How can people find out a little bit more about you, and where do they go to have a look at your information and your programs?
Oh, thank you. www.10littlepieces.com. There's a heap of information on there. Working on our online version. You'll know it's difficult to put things online. A lot of challenges, but we're also very heavily involved in Instagram and Facebook here on the coast and internationally. So very, very welcoming and inclusive communities there online, and we're always open to suggestions and contributions. But really, it's about what you can do as an individual. So next time you're out and about and you see a little piece of litter, pick it up, because it makes a difference.
Yeah. Well, you're a wonderful advocate for the environment and for action, Alison. So thank you so much for everything that you do and for being part of World Environment Day 2020. And we look forward to keeping in touch. So all the best and happy World Environment Day. unfortunately, we weren't able to bring Jill Chamberlain into the program this afternoon just to unforeseen circumstances. So we do hope we'll be able to have that conversation with Jill Chamberlain. Jill's Order of Australia medal recipient for her services to conservation and is the Vice President of Wildlife Queensland, the Sunshine Coast and Hinterland branch, which formed in 1962. So Jill has some rich stories to tell and is an incredible environmental and conservation champion. So we were hoping that we might be able to bring her a little bit later into the program, but it doesn't seem that's going to be possible this afternoon. We'll continue with our program and introduce you to Repair Lab. So Repair Lab show that you can actually repair, restore, recycle all sorts of things. So in a time where waste is such an incredible impact on our environment and the consumerism is driving a lot of our environmental problems, Repair Lab show that anyone, no matter what the item, is able to repurpose and reuse. And we're really fortunate that, again, we have such wonderful entrepreneurs and environmental stewards here on the Sunshine Coast because they're based out of the night quarter at Bertinya in the southern part of the Sunshine Coast. So get inspired, get active and get into restoring and repairing because Repair Lab's going to show you how to do it.
Thanks, Sophia. My name's Michelle Christo from Night Quarter. My husband and I own Night Quarter, and as part of our sustainability principles, we came up with the Repair Lab this year to talk about, I guess, as you said, repair, recycle, reuse materials and work with the local community and groups to encourage people to incorporate it into everyday lifestyles. So the Repair Lab is something where we'll get individuals, artists, community groups to come in, do demonstrations, workshops, exhibits, just to encourage people to get more involved and get more educated in this space. Sustainability has been something we've been quite passionate about over the last 5 years, where we've worked with different industry groups like the FRDC, working on the Common Language Group. We're touching on what you were talking about earlier. We were able to develop a white paper on what the word sustainability means in the space of sustainable fishing. So we've been quite passionate about trying to clarify some of the terminology about how we speak about sustainability. So I guess in a nutshell, that's what the Repair Lab's about, and we're quite excited to start bringing this to the community and have that supported by the Sunshine Coast Council. So we've got 2 people today to do some initial demonstrations. So I'd like to introduce you to John from Have Fun Tours. So John, take it on. He's going to show you how to repair a flat tyre on a bicycle. Or should I say bike? I got corrected on that a bit earlier. So John.
Hello out there. Today we are going to go through how to repair a bicycle tube. So follow me if you can, Mr. Cameraman. Here we are on our bike and we've discovered we have a flat tyre. What do we do? Okay, there's 2 things you can do. You can put a new tube in or you can repair it. Yay, let's repair it. First thing, we need to take the bicycle wheel off the bike. So sometimes you'll have some wheel nuts or sometimes you'll have this quick release. Turn the quick release off and the bicycle wheel comes off. There you go. Bicycle wheel off. Now we need to take the tyre off. The best way to take the tyre off will be, now assuming that we have a flat tyre, so we're going to have to just let this one down. And you have a flat tyre, remember, and you are going to repair this. You're not going to use one of these new, easy to do it tubes. We are going to take the tube out and repair it. Okay, so there we have our flat tyre. Best thing to do is to run your finger around the inside of the tyre with all the slackness we have there. Simply manoeuvre the tyre off like that. I know, I'm making it look easy, but with a bit of practice, you can do that. Always make sure that the tube, the stem is coming out last. Okay, so you've got a flat tire, and there we are. So you've got a flat tire, and you must be wondering, okay, I can repair it, but why is it flat? How did it get flat? The best thing to do is to do some investigation work. To say, where is the hole? And find what's come through the tire to make this tube. So we just stand up, Mr. Cameraman. There we go. Nice. So something's made this tube flat. We need to, first you'll get your pump, and we've actually got a flat tube here. So what the best thing to do is to actually pump up the broken tube. So I'm inflating the broken tube up from here. From here, best is to either run your fingers or your lips, very sensitive part, lips around, feeling for where the air is coming out, okay? Sometimes it's going to be an obvious, and this one's not so obvious, okay? But I know it's a flat tire, and I know that it's got a hole somewhere. So you'll get a bucket of water and dip it in and run it around. Can we get a little shot on that? Till we find the spot where the tube has got a hole. Oh, there we go. Can you see that? Okay, so mark the spot with your finger. Best not to lose that spot, okay? Now we need to do some investigations. If that was the spot, it's come out of the tire. Line the stem up to where it was before with the hole. There's the hole there. So either there or there. That's our hole there. There or there is where we've got something that's penetrated through the tire and giving us our flat. So best is if you can mark that spot, then run your fingers around on the inside or visual of the tire to find what's caused that flat. Because you can repair all you want or put a new tube in, but it's just going to go flat again. Okay, so sometimes it's a thorn, sometimes it's a little piece of metal, sometimes it could be a stone that's worked its way in. You need to remove it, and we're good to go. On with the repair. Okay, we'll follow over to the table there, Mr. Cameraman. So here's our spot, and sometimes you can get a little bit of spit on your finger and find where it's bubbling out and mark that spot. So we've got that spot again. We've got a inexpensive tire repair kit. This one comes from 99 bucks. It only costs $5. Easy as repair, cheaper. Inside the kit, I'll just mark that spot with the back of my hand. Inside the kit, we'll have a piece of sandpaper. We'll have the special tire rubber solution, and we'll have some patches. Okay, we're only going to need a medium-sized patch, so we'll put that one out. So what you do is you find the spot again. You don't lose the spot. Sometimes if you can mark it, use the sandpaper. Use the sandpaper roughly around the same area. Use it very rough because we need to make a good spot for it to stick onto. Give it a bit of a wipe. Okay. The glue. If a tube hasn't been opened before, it doesn't last forever. So if it hasn't been used for a year, it might be hard. So it's worthwhile keeping a check on what you've got. Using the cap backwards to pierce the top, putting some cement or glue onto the area. Now, a lot of people make the mistake of putting too much glue on. It's not good. So with your finger or something else, liberally around the area, but we don't want it too thick. That's not going to help it at all. Okay, so we haven't got the beauty of time lapse. Best thing to do is to let that dry. Now, going to take a couple of minutes for that to dry. Go and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, whatever, but let that dry. But we're going to forge on as if. Then you will take one of the patches, peel the foil off the back, peeling the foil off the back. There we go. This one's coming in pieces, generally the way. Now remembering, this needs to be dry to touch. Ours isn't. It's still tacky. Okay, so it's best to leave that dry to touch. So assuming it's dry to touch, okay, and we could actually move to a different spot and pretending that that's our dry spot there. Place that right on top of the hole. That will stick. That will stick. Sometimes it's best to leave the little cellophane on the top. It's not going to do any harm, and it's going to stop the excess glue sticking to the inside of your tire. And pretty much there you have it. Okay, then putting it back in the bike, and good to go. Don't be tempted to blow it up or test it before you have put it back in the bike. Okay, because what you're going to be doing is putting too much pressure in the rest of the tube. This can't keep up to it. It needs the tire to hold it in place. Okay, so there we have it. And putting the tube back in is a reversal. So where have we got our tube? Here we go. So here is our example repaired tube. Putting the stem in first, finding where the hole is. There it is. Putting the stem in, putting the tube inside the tire. Sometimes it's going to seem like you've got too much tube. Popping it back on and working with your fingers, working it around. And now some will need tire levers. Most mountain bike ones won't. And slipping it on. Done deal. Pump it up and away we go. You've repaired a tube. Okay, all right then. Have we got a segue over to Michelle? Thank you very much. I hope you have fun repairing your tubes.
Thank you, John. That was amazing. So we'll be doing some repeats on the Night Quarter social pages over the next month. So if you missed any element of that, you can go back and have a listen. That gives you a bit of a taste for some of the workshops we'll be running over the years to come, promoting, I guess, reusing, repairing, etc. So if you have interest in anything like that, please let us know. The next person I wanted to introduce you as part of the Repair Lab is Gretchen, and she's into permaculture, but she's also a very creative artist here on the Sunshine Coast, and she's just got some amazing things she's going to show us in terms of recycling materials today. So over to you, Gretchen.
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you so much for having me. And thanks also to Sharon for inviting me. Happy World Environment Day. It's great to celebrate this beautiful planet that we live on, and we need to take care of it. And one of the best ways to do with that is to consume less. So there's something different that I'd like to talk to you about today. I've got to find my little spot. It's left and right. We can create something beautiful from a sad situation. So a few years ago, one of my good friends died, and one of the things that he left behind was a rather large tie collection. But as ladies, most of his family remaining were ladies, and these days people don't really wear ties. So one of the things that I managed to make with his collection were beautiful silk roses. So you could wear these as a brooch, wear them on your hat, put them on a headband, do anything with them, and each standard tie makes usually 3 little roses, so you should be able to see there. And they're pretty easy to make. You can do it with a machine, which is a bit quicker, but you still will need to do a little bit of hand sewing. So one of the main things that you need is a quick unpick. I don't know what anyone else calls it. I think that's its official name. And when you start with a tie, so this is a collection. I'm lucky I still have my beautiful dad, but he doesn't wear his ties. So I have an amazing bag full of ties that he will never wear. So you take your tie and you'll need to unpick as much as you can. So they're usually just loosely stitched. You take out the label, and here's one that I started a bit earlier. You'll see they have this reinforcement, this interfacing inside. So you take it all apart, and you also unpick. So it's usually 2 or 3 pieces. So you take it apart, and what you end up with, let's see, here's a nice big one. It's a piece like this, and then it's got a couple of other little companions. So the great thing about some of these fabrics is that the surprise that you can have on the inside. So even with this beautiful old woolen tie, I quite like the outside, but you might prefer the beautiful texture of the inside. It's a bit muted and really nice texture. A lot of these flowers, this was actually the inside of a polka dot tie, but I preferred that side anyway. So briefly, what you do is you close it up again, you fold it in half, and then you sew it closed and create a gathering thread. So what I might do is fire up this little beast. I tell you, if you can sew, you have so much freedom in your life, because you can adjust, make, repair, anything at all. It's a great skill. So we'll just quickly put this here and oops, it's unthreaded. That's right. Quickly whip this through. I reckon one of the greatest inventions in my life is actually the automatic threading device. Breaks your heart if it ever gets broken. So there we go. Especially my eyesight. Ta-da! That was pretty painless. Right. Back onto straight. So just do a little straight stitch. If you want to pin, go right ahead, but I'm just going to do a nice, you won't see this edge when it's finished. So just nip around, and I'm doing black thread so you can see what I've done. It'll be hidden in the end, so it doesn't matter. So this closed. So you come to the tail end and you'll have a little bit, you just fold it in, roll it on itself and sew it closed. I'll show you when I'm detached from the machine. Alright. A little thread. So I've just rolled the end here, and from this what we can do is gather and stitch as we go. Do I have time to stitch it? About probably 2 or 3 minutes. And it's also a good idea to keep all of your needles in a jar. I learnt this from this Spanish embroidery course I've been doing during isolation. Fantastic. There's this platform called Domestica and this wonderful lady, Senorita Lilo. And I've been learning the most incredible underwater coral embroidery. I totally recommend it. And this is one of her top tips, to have a jar full of needles so that you don't stab yourself. And I find bathroom bags, you know, they come with this marketing, you don't want to be wasteful. You can use them for all sorts of things, like keeping a million different colours of cotton. So thankfully I chose a needle that I can kind of still see. Or did I? This is black. There we go. So you probably need about 30 centimetres length. Do a decent knot on the end so you don't go through the tie. When we finish, I might replace my feathers with a beautiful rose on this hat. It's so versatile, that's what I love. They give you a little bit of joy, and every time you see it, you think of the person whose tie it was or who gave it to you. Or in some cases, you know, people work from home, the office that they no longer have to sit in. That would give me a little bit of glee if I was one of those people. I'd be like, yes, I'm not in the office. I'm able to work in something comfy. So you just start gathering and scrunching it around. There's no real particular science to it, and this all ends up at the back. So you can see, just working our way along. You barely need to be able to sew. You could have hand tacked this or just done this one tacking stitch if you're feeling quite confident without doing that first bit of machine sewing. But I find this will hold it in place a little bit better for today while I'm in this kind of strange posture. So they're whipping around. It's beautiful fabric. That's the thing. I used to get quite envious of all the men's accessories, these exquisite ties, because you could never see anything quite as beautiful in the ladies section, and the flowers that they usually have are kind of generic, whereas these are really, really quite special. And particularly if they've got a bit of pizzazz in the design, it can be quite sassy. And you could make a collection of roses and turn them into a big necklace. If you had a felt square here, you could stitch yourself several of the roses, and that could be a really exquisite neck piece, really unique. So there's no end. I would actually like to make a little bolero covered in these. More is more, that's my motto when it comes to decoration. So here we have the gathering thread is all the way through. I'm just going to stitch it together. So I've created a bunch, and then it's good to have a nice sharp needle. Some of these have a bit of a tight weave. So come through. More. Only takes a few stitches, and then working out what you want to attach it to. If you're going to stitch it onto a neck piece, that's fine, or you can stitch it onto, doesn't everyone have a collection of safety and nappy pins? I don't even have kids and I've got nappy pins, never mind. So I'll do a few stacking stitches here. You want to be able to open it, so make sure that you don't sew it on the side that opens. Put it on the more stable side. We just whip this up. I'm sure you do a slightly neater job than me, but it doesn't really matter. Just pop them all on. And I love it because it's a beautiful celebration. You can end up with a whole collection, like a bouquet of exquisite flowers, and bring a bit of joy to your life. So there we go. See I've stitched the safety pin. Where's the light? Can you see? Sort of. I'm so uncoordinated, never mind. But you can kind of get the idea there. You can rearrange it and reinforce it with a few extra stitches. And now what I could do, also zhuzhing up my hats. This is actually an old fascinator that I found. I buy fascinators from all sorts of places, particularly op shops. I don't really believe in birds dying for my fashion. So I'm a big fan of secondhand. So now what I can do with this, I love the thread cutter of my machine, is I just pin it on the hat band. And I've completely changed the style of my hat. Do I look sassy? Do I look like I could go to the Mad Hatter's birthday party? I think so. So thank you very much for your time, and have a rat through the cupboard, see what beautiful treasures you can find, because you can make them into anything. And if you didn't want to make a rose, you could even just make a scrunchie. But happy World Environment Day, and thank you so much, Michelle and Sharon, for having me.
Well, I'm sure there's no excuse not to repair, recycle or reuse after seeing the great inspiration from Repair Lab and based down there at the Night Quarter. Thanks very much to all the team down there and for all those the wonderful inspirational people who have shown us how it's done. Well, welcome back to the afternoon program of the Sunshine Coast Environment Council's WED Fest 2020. Earlier, we had been hoping to introduce you to Jill Chamberlain, but she wasn't available at that particular time. But we're really excited and have some breaking news that Jill is standing by to join us for this last segment of the program today for this particular World Environment Day program. So Jill's also featured in Green Legends, People Power of the Sunshine Coast, and also is one of SCEC's Life members. So I do encourage you to have a look at the SCEC website, scec.org.au, to get a copy of Green Legends and learn about the conservation journey on the Sunshine Coast. That was one of the stories was the Mount Coolum campaign. There's many more of those to give you a better and deeper insight into the conservation fights and wins of the Sunshine Coast. So we're really honoured this afternoon to have Medal of the Order of Australia recipient in 2010 for her services to the environment and conservation, the wonderful Jill Chamberlain.
Thank you, Narelle. That's very good. I'm pleased to be here. I'm sorry about the delay this afternoon. There was a bit of a technical hitch, I gather.
There was, Jill, but we're really glad that you're able to come and join us this afternoon to help contribute to the program this afternoon. So we also, as the Vice President of the Wildlife Preservation Society Sunshine Coast and Hinterland branch, you've got so many stories to tell, and you've even got a reserve named after you, I believe.
Yes, I have. It's off Caloundra. Well, it's off Caloundra Road
Yeah, so that's 48 hectares of bushland that's been protected in your name, and Wildlife Queensland, as it's now known, have really been at the forefront, and as you have been an integral part of Wildlife Queensland over the last 5 decades. 1962, the society was formed. Can you tell us something about the beginnings of Wildlife Preservation Society of Queensland as it was known then?
Well, I certainly can. As you said, it was formed in 1962, but it wasn't actually formed as a conservation group. It was formed because David Flay's Fauna Reserve on the Gold Coast, Kathleen MacArthur and the poet Judith Wright were concerned that children in those days, they were learning about British wildlife and nature study. They weren't learning anything about Australian creatures or animals or plants or anything. So they got together and they wrote a letter to the Courier Mail saying, you know, it'd be a good idea to have a pamphlet or something for schools. And a publisher, Brian Clouston from Jacaranda Press, said, yes, that sounds a great idea, but I'm quite willing to publish it, but you actually need some kind of organizational backup. So, you know, behind this newsletter. So off they went. And we're still actually doing it. It's morphed into a magazine now called Wildlife Australia.
It's a fabulous publication.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's still going. But the actual society was formed in September of that year, 1962. And our branch, which was then the Caloundra branch, was formed in March 1963. And because Kathleen MacArthur lived in Caloundra, that was obviously the first country branch to be formed. And I think there's about 18 throughout the state now. So we went on from that. Kathleen herself was an absolutely incredible lady. She really was, and very formidable too. You didn't want to cross paths with her at all. But because she lived in Caloundra in those early days, there was a whole mass of wildflowers right along the coast. And she wanted to try and get more people interested in them. So she taught herself to paint, and she went out and drew all these beautiful wildflowers. She actually had a couple of exhibitions, one in Canberra. And then she decided, well, okay, these flowers are beautiful. I'll see what I can do about them. And she started what was known as the wildflower show underneath her house to try and encourage people, again, to plant native plants and not go buying exotics. And that ran for 4 years, I think, until from 1967 to 1970. And people used to come and flock and buy all these plants and try and go home and plant them. And she also tried to get schools interested and took them out into the bush to show them the plants and everything like that. But because she was interested in wildflowers, she was terribly upset that people were going to, develop the whole areas, which of course is developed now. But she was trying to save as much as she could. And she and Judith Wright used to go up what they called wildflowering. They used to walk along the dunes and look at all the flowers and do some painting and talk and find out what they were. And one day they went up towards the hill, towards what is now Cooloola, and they looked over this magnificent plain of flowers. And they said, ooh, that looks absolutely beautiful. Why can't we have it made into a national park? So they went away and thought about it. In those days, they didn't know much about what they should be doing. And then the next thing they heard was something from the mining warden in Gympie that they were going to mine it for rutile.
Oh, really?
Remember in those days, that was the height of the Cold War?
Yes.
And they wanted all those minerals, rutiles, to be planes and war things and everything like that. And they said, oh, we can't do that. So they got up a little campaign and they thought what they can do. And she found somebody had given her a little card that somebody had in America for campaigns. She got 10,000 of these cards printed, and she sent them to the Premier of the day, Sir Joe Bradley-Peterson, and it was pretty explicit what it said. I'll read it to you. Your government's failure to declare the whole of Cooloola a national park in the face of mounting public pressure is deplorable. The only acceptable use for this unique wilderness is its immediate dedication as a national park. And there were 10,000 of these things sent to Joe Bjelke-Petersen. But that campaign actually took 5 years before the Cooloola National Park was actually gazetted. And now, of course, it's part of the Great Sandy Strait and Cooloola National Park. So a little bit of persistence does pay off. But while she was also doing all this, she was trying to get flowers at her home and take people out in the bush and everything like that. So, she was a very busy lady. She really was. But Cooloola was the big, big campaign. There were other campaigns, and she wrote books to save the Noosa River and Pumpstone Passage and places like that. But, she was a very, very busy person. And The wildflower show is actually still going. It started in her house, as I said, in Caloundra, and through various morphs, she closed it in 1970, and I think Fairhill Native Plants took it on, and then Wildlife Queensland Sunshine Coast, as we were, we took it on for a bit, and then now the Sunshine Coast Council's taken it over. But we still take wildflower walks through 2 reserves, Kathleen MacArthur Conservation Park in Curramandi and Ben Bennick Park in Queen Street, Caloundra. And hopefully this year, August, we'll be able to do it. This usually run in the last 2 weeks of August. So that's something to look forward to.
And it's such a stunning time of the year. And SCEC actually ran the wildflower show for a number of years in Coolum and the Coolum and North Shore Coast Care. So something that Kathleen MacArthur had the foresight to share with people, knowing that once people understand and can see the beauty, of the wildflowers and the coastal plains, that they are so unique and so worthy of protection, that part of it's actually continued on to this day in the areas that still remain. And of course, Kathleen also has a conservation park named, fittingly named after her as well.
That's one on the banks of Curramandi Lake.
Yes, yeah. And Jill, the changes that you've seen within the coast over the last, 50 or so years, that the campaign for Cooloola, as you say, took over 5 years, and that's, focus, dedication.
Marcus High Dunes. That wasn't done so much for us, but it was another campaign. And yes, it was Lift Up Mount Coolum.
Yes, yeah. So, these campaigns, they're not overnight efforts, are they? They do take a lot of time and and people, coming together for a single focus. And, in those days, and it still is to a degree, is to get those protections under a conservation tenure. How do you see we're faring in these the last period, and how have things changed for you over the last 5 decades or so?
Well, we're still battling. I mean, we're not sort of getting very far, but we're still battling against it. I think a lot of people know that we're still there, and we know that we've been watching people that want to go ahead and destroy a lot of the things. One of Kathleen's sort of favourite sayings when she tried to get people interested in wildflowers: "When the mind opens, the flowers bloom." In other words, when you actually know what you're looking at, then you can appreciate it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's still a long battle for all environmental groups along here too. But people, I think it's changing. I think a lot of people are more interested in the environment.
Yeah, I think the value when people actually see that physical impact, within our landscapes and within our environment, it is a case of saying, well, that's enough, or no, that's too important, and hopefully collectively, we're able to protect more areas. But it is a constant and vigilant effort, isn't it?
As the saying is, the cost of freedom is eternal vigilance.
Yes,
and it works just as well for the environment as it does for the war people.
Indeed. And so the Wildlife Queensland is obviously known for its depth of experience and, the evidence and fauna surveys, for example. So you do a number of programs for data collection. Can you let us know a little bit more about some of the programs?
One of our big programs is actually something called Fauna Watch, which, believe it or not, was started by the state government environment minister, Pat Comben, way back in the mid-90s, I think. And it sort of stayed for 3 changes of government, and then they ran out of funding. So members of what was then known as Nature Search 2001 took it over, and it's now called Fauna Watch. And it's a citizen science project, basically. Anybody who's interested can go out in their backyard or their local area and record what they see, write it down, and send it into our Fauna Watch website. And it goes on a database, which goes to the university, Sunshine Coast, and it goes to the Caloundra Council, the Sunshine Coast Council, and it also goes to the state government's website. So that data is all being built up to show what you have on the coast, because the coast is one of the chief hotspots of the biodiversity, because you have the species coming in from the west at the eastern end of their range. You have the ones coming down from the north at the southern end of their range, and you have some coming up from the south at the northern end of the range. So this whole area of the Sunshine Coast is a real biodiversity hotspot. And a lot of, from the council's point of view, they've got a lot of bush care people going out and weeding and looking after the environment too. So they're doing a good job there.
Yeah, and I think it's about those. The citizen science is really such a critical part of that information, isn't it? To because knowing what's there and how things are trending helps inform management protection actions as well. Have you also involved in the wader birds as well? And because we've got
I myself personally are involved in the Queensland Wader Study Group, and I monitor along the Palestine Passage to see what migratory birds come down from Siberia for our summer, and then they go back for our winter, which is the northern hemisphere summer, of course, where they breed, and they make this tremendous 20,000 kilometre journey. Even little tiny ones that weigh about an ounce or so. It's incredible the flight range they have, and that's why it's so terribly important to save the sandbanks of the Palestine Passage and other areas around Queensland, off Moreton Bay, and way up north off Broome for their roosting places, so they can build up the reserves to go back again to their breeding grounds. Otherwise, we'll lose them.
Yeah, it's an incredible.
One is the eastern curlew that's very, very endangered. I think there's only about 50,000 still left in the wild. I know it sounds a fairly big number, but when you take it over the whole of the world, it's not very many.
Yeah, and the Palestine Passage, its ecological values are really outstanding, aren't they? Just not only for the migratory birds, but there's an internationally listed wetland, for good reason. And it's right here within the Sunshine Coast. Jill, having the experience and knowledge that you have, what would you say needs to happen for these biodiversity values to be retained and restored?
Well, people really need to acknowledge them. There needs to be a lot more education how absolutely vital they are. I mean, everything is tied to everybody else. We're all part of the biodiversity. Sorry, getting my words tied up the biodiversity.
And the biosphere as well.
It's not just animals and plants; it's us as well. We're all interdependent on each other, and we need a lot more education. We need a lot more will from the powers that be to actually look after these areas. I mean, the community can do so much, but you need to have the will coming down from the top too.
Well said, Jill Chamberlain. Well, we'll need to leave you for now, but we look forward to being in contact and keeping the conversation going, Jill. And thank you so much for your incredible work for the Sunshine Coast environment and all the insights and representation that you have, because I know that you're a prolific submission writer. Your submissions into various environment legislation or development applications and things like that, when you put those together, it really has a lot of impact. And so you're very unassuming in so many ways, Jill, but you contribute so much, and also an honorary fellow of the University of the Sunshine Coast, I may say.
Thank you, Narelle. Thanks very much.
And
thanks for inviting me.
Oh, not at all. And so thanks, Jill, and all the very best, and happy World Environment Day.
Same to you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Well, just another incredible person contributing to the Sunshine Coast environment, and Jill really, as I say, is quite the unsung hero, and she's her tenacity and her poise and her knowledge really has provided such incredible contributions to the Sunshine Coast and beyond. So we look forward to seeing more SCEC Life members and SCEC legends throughout the program over the next 2.5 days. We really appreciate you being part of the World Environment Day program for today. We look forward to you tuning in for the next 2 days. We've got some wonderful content tomorrow. Go to the World Environment Day website, wed.org.au. You can also see the recording of today's program on the WED website as well, if you happen to miss any of the content today. Sunday is jam-packed as well. That will be the day that culminates in a number of panels on climate change, on biodiversity, some fabulous music, live streaming as well. Please keep your comments and contributions coming and continue to participate in World Environment Day celebrations. We've got some backyard brags coming in. This is great. We've been running, it's a theme of saying hashtag backyard brag. So it's all about showcasing the importance of urban biodiversity or biodiversity in your backyard, wherever that may be. So please send them in with the hashtag backyard brag and a little caption to let us know where they're coming from and where you are and why your patch, no matter small or large, of backyard, what it means to you and what calls it home apart from you. Wow, that's really, look at that one. So don't be shy, no matter what you think about your backyard. Sometimes you get a bit too familiar with your backyard and don't necessarily really look to see what's there. So maybe take this opportunity while we're doing the brag to really take a look and have a new appreciation of what your backyard has to offer. Of course, urban biodiversity is extremely important in the broader landscape and even smaller patches, whether it's in a small suburban yard. If you have native plants there to support the native wildlife and the birds, bringing in the insects, of course, there's just so much pressure on our biodiversity and species that any contribution is really going to help support recovery of our biodiversity. And of course, biodiversity provides so many more benefits, not only for native wildlife, but the services and supports our well-being as well. We want to make sure that we're able to connect our landscapes, and that's done through those corridors and being able to have stepping stones for species. So your backyard and what you have in it is extremely important to supporting nature. So thank you so much for joining the World Environment Day Festival 2020, hosted by the Sunshine Coast Environment Council for the 40th year. It's not over yet. Today was kicking off the program, and we would love to have your company right throughout the weekend. So streaming live, thank you to the University of the Sunshine Coast for their support and the incredible contributions of the students and staff here at the studio at the University of the Sunshine Coast. We look forward to more programs and more contributions. Keep the conversation going and celebrate World Environment Day every day. But we look forward to seeing you and the next instalment tomorrow.